Even though I should have been staying off my feet, I went with August to a convention. Lucas had recently gotten into trading cards, and we couldn't pass up taking him to an event where he could look at expensive ones. I didn't know anything about this sort of thing, so Lucas was our guide for the day. We went on a Sunday to avoid the larger crowds, and to take advantage of any sales. We did a round of the convention hall looking at all the tables. Lucas held my hand on one side and held on to August on the other. Good thing Lucas had short legs, so I could keep up with him. After the first tour, August asked if I could babysit for a while so he could start buying gifts. I lifted the boy in my arms and asked what he wanted to look at. We settled on a table with cases filled with cards. Some of the prices seemed a bit much for a simple piece of paper. I pointed to parts of the cases, asking Lucas about the displays. "How come some are in cases with numbers on top?" I asked him. "Those are graded cards," Lucas said, his little arms wrapped around my neck. His voice was soft, and he appeared a little nervous. He was enjoying himself, but being around so many people still stressed him out a little. "Oh, so the number's the grade. So a 10 would be worth more than an 8, right?" He nodded, then thought for a moment. His little finger pointed to two different cards, both graded as the same number. "That one's worth more than that one," he commented. Because it's a rarer card, right?" He nodded again, and I was proud I started to understand some of this stuff so quickly. I asked Lucas to tell me which cards were his favorite, and which characters he liked. At first, I didn't know the difference between Pokemon cards and Magic cards. He started to explain all the different types of trading cards out there, too. While we spoke, I heard a voice I knew beside us. Lucas had been hiding my face on the side where the person stood. I glanced over, watching the exchange. The newcomer picked out two cards and asked about the price of a third. "Is that a base set Charizard?" he asked, and pointed to an ungraded card off to the side. It didn't look as fancy as the others. I assumed it wouldn't cost much. "Yeah, it's $400 plus tax. No tax if you pay cash," the vendor explained. I stood stunned at the amount. Really? That much for a single card? And one that wasn't even fully illustrated? He nodded and decided to only get the two, even though I could tell he really, really wanted the expensive one. He paid and took a few steps away when I whispered to Lucas, "That's a friend from work. Let's get him a present." In the next 2 minutes, I had bought the Charizard, flinching a little at the total now on my credit card. Then I painfully picked up my pace to catch up while calling out his name. "Jacob!" He spun on his heels, a mixture of horror and then disgust on his face. He was gonna make a run for it, but he stopped for me to catch up. Jacob nodded towards Lucas, at least being friendly to him. "Is he yours?" he asked. My heart nearly stopped. I didn't even realize people might assume I was a father by carrying Lucas around like this. No, August is taking care of him. A mixture of emotions came over his face, but no matter how he felt, he kept his mouth shut. "This is for you." Lucas held out the small paper bag, holding something worth a third of my rent. Jacob was confused by the gift. He accepted it, with a wave of shock coming over him when he saw what was inside. His mouth fell open, unable to say anything. His hand moved as if he wanted to return the gift. His name from behind interrupted his train of thought. A younger woman pushing a wheelchair with a bright smile stopped behind him. The middle-aged woman in the chair sat silently, hands folded in her lap. She wore an eye patch hiding an older scar. She didn't react when Jacob leaned down to talk to her. "Hey, Mom, I got you these. And a coworker lent me some money for this cool Charizard," he said, showing off the gifts. A glimmer came to her eye. Her hand moved slowly to carefully touch the cards. Then she rested her head against his cheek. She appeared tired. The helper noticed and offered to take his mother to a quieter place. Jacob said he would catch up in a minute. Something at the back of my mind bothered me. It felt like I was invading their privacy, but I looked closer at Jacob's mother, trying to see any hints of something off about her. A small needle made of pure magic was embedded behind her eye patch. My heart sank at the sight, and I quickly glanced away. Lucas waved goodbye to the pair, and suddenly I felt him being lifted from my arms. August took him back and gave Lucas a dirty look. Thankfully, they didn't get into it, and they left to look at a pile of stuffed toys, leaving me and Jacob alone. "I'll pay you back," Jacob said. "That's fine, I don't mind," I shrugged. Contract workers get paid very well compared to other careers. I was always broke due to my medical debt. If you had some talent and didn't spend money on weapons, then it was possible to make $1 million or $2 million within a year of doing this job. Most people after the money ended up dead before they could spend it, though. "I heard you're poor. I'll pay you back," he insisted. Who had told him that? I looked down at my clothing, worried people could tell they were thrifted. He crossed his arms to lean against a pillar. We watched the helper carefully weave his mother through the crowd. "Thank you for that. My mom's loved Pokemon since it came out when she was 9. That card was the one she always wanted. But her medical care is a lot. Gina's a lifesaver, worth every cent. Sometimes the money just isn't there. I want to do more." I did some quick math in my head. Jacob looked around 19. His mother might have had him around 18. Since he paid for her medical care, there wasn't a father in sight. My mother also had me at a younger age. I knew a little bit what he was going through because I was in a similar situation. "Can I ask something personal?" I asked him. He narrowed his eyes, but let me go on. "The person who hurt her, was it an insect-type creature?" I kept my voice low, even though no one in the crowded hall would care what we were talking about. His face went slack, then his cheeks turned slightly red. I had brought up a very sore spot. To his credit, he remained rather calm. "How did you know about that?" he hissed, looking like he wanted to punch my teeth in. "I can see magic better than most humans. She has a needle still stuck behind her eye. Some insect and parasite creatures will inject their victims with such things to control their actions or make them docile. Normal doctors won't be able to see it or treat something like this. I can get you in contact with a doctor that can, but I don't know what damage has already been done. But after it's removed, she might improve in small ways, like getting her speech back." A flood of emotions came over him. He hated supernatural creatures because of what they did to his mother, and yet, one may be able to help her. "How can I trust you? All this might be a way to lure her into becoming a meal," he said behind gritted teeth. I shrugged, unsure of how I could prove there were some good creatures out there. I hated the idea of his mother suffering for longer because of his lack of trust, but I understood his reasoning. "It'll be through the corporation. It's up to you if you're comfortable with this. I'll just give you the information." He kept his arms folded as he internally debated on what to do. August came back with Lucas in tow. He started to pester me for some money as he ignored the current mood. "There's this large Gengar we want, but I'm out of cash," he said, gesturing towards the plushie stall. "Didn't you bring along like $3,000 today?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yeah, but I spent it," he said without a hint of shame. He held his hand out, expecting money. I pulled out my credit card, but refused to give it to him. I would go over with them to buy whatever they wanted, instead of trusting him with my PIN number. Lucas said they didn't really need the toy, horrified over how much his father had already spent in such a short amount of time. I assured him I didn't mind getting him and August a gift. From the look of things, August was the one who wanted the toy the most. I needed to tell Jacob one last thing before I walked away. "No matter what you decide, you've done an amazing job taking care of her. Your mother's lucky to have you." He rubbed his nose, holding back a response. He didn't like me and couldn't accept supernatural creatures, but I was making it really hard for him not to change his mind. August dragged me away and pointed out a plush larger than Lucas. The price hurt a little, but seeing Lucas happy made it worth it. What's the point of doing life-threatening jobs if I wasn't going to spend the money on something other than a debt? The toy was massive. Somehow I was the one who got stuck carrying it around the convention hall. After lunchtime, Lucas started to fade. He needed a nap, and we were broke. August carried all his bags, and his adopted son in his arms. When Lucas passed out, we used a magic door out of sight to get back to his place. I planned to leave for the day. My ankle was killing me. I nearly made it out the front door when our cell phones rang. An emergency request came in for some assistance. We needed to decide fast to accept the job or not. Lucas was still asleep, but August didn't like leaving him alone. Evie answered the call. She entered the house at the same time we left, her eyebrows raised at the pile of goodies August bought that day. The job was simple. A friendly creature was attacked at a hoarder's house. They were in the middle of cleaning, and sent out an urgent request to be saved. Recently, the corporation had hired trash collectors, which I heard were slightly different than scene cleaners, but the jobs did often overlap. Mostly weaker creatures and humans were hired. It should have been a low-risk job. When the call came through, there weren't any free agents. Or it was possible a certain office supervisor didn't want to waste an agent's time, and just passed it over to contract workers. August easily kicked down the door, wasting no time to see what we were dealing with. Half of the lower floor had been cleaned before the attack started. A broken canvas wagon lay on its side, torn apart by sharp claws. A scream came from upstairs, causing us to push through the garbage trying to reach the victim in time. The place smelled foul, and the narrow pathways made it hard to move. My heart beat hard as I feared we arrived too late. August kicked down another door, and recoiled for a moment at the burst of air that smelled like rotting flesh. We entered the room and into a gruesome sight. A pale man dressed all in black held a smaller creature at knife point. The room had been cleaned and turned into a place of death. 3 rotten bodies with their faces covered were stitched together at the other side of the room. The sight nearly made me gag. Countless papers with odd writing covered the walls. It looked like someone had tried writing a summoning spell using every single language he knew, and even tried to recreate the common language creatures used. We couldn't act while he still had a hostage. I stood frozen in place, trying to plan out our next move. What was this guy up to? From the look of things, he wanted to summon a creature from another world. But what? How did a trash collector even stumble into this mess? Was this house not cleared of threats beforehand? "Move and he dies," the man said in a raspy voice. This man was serious. The issue was he planned on killing the creature no matter what we did. The trash collector looked like a human, with large pointed ears and wild hair, dressed in layers of worn-down clothing. Gritting my teeth, I kept looking around the room for any way to save the poor creature. He looked to be on the verge of tears. Suddenly, he was thrown to the ground. The knife left a long cut across his small cheek, causing droplets of blood to hit the floor. August moved, but my ankle was useless to join him to help. Sharp claws appeared, as August slightly transformed to take down the threat, before he killed an innocent victim. As it turns out, we weren't needed for that. The small trash collector screamed and pushed against his attacker's chest. He stuck a slip of paper on his attacker's black sweater, and then curled into a ball with his hands over his head. The man wasn't aware of what the paper did, but he knew he needed to remove it. He didn't get the charm away in time. The room shook and parts of the walls became painted with blood. Since August had been behind the attacker, he also got covered in gore. The trash collector had slapped a paper charm on the man's chest, causing the upper half of his body to become a liquid splattered across the room. I'd only ever used paper charms on monsters. I never realized what kind of damage one could do to a human. August stood shocked over what had happened. As he recovered, I went over to the small cleaner, bending down to his level. I offered him a tissue for the tears that started to form. "I killed," he hiccuped. unable to get the words out. I carefully put a hand on his shoulder, trying not to startle him. It was perfectly reasonable to defend yourself. Exploding someone was pretty traumatizing, though. I understood how upsetting this could be to someone who had never hurt a person before. We had all day, so I was willing to take it slow and let him calm down. "Can I adopt him?" August asked, his hands raised as if he was holding back the urge to kidnap the cleaner. An odd grin was over his face under all the blood. "He's an adult. Don't be weird," I berated him. Sure, this cleaner was short, but it wasn't as if he looked like a child. I tried waving August away so he wouldn't scare the person we came to rescue. My eyes were drawn towards some movement near the bodies on the other side of the room. Some blood landed near their feet, and started to slowly run along the floor toward them. A crackle of power sparked through the room. I pushed the cleaner behind me, hoping we could get him out in time. Whatever this man had tried to summon had failed, but he had created a space where dark magic festered. Any manner of new creatures may be born of the tainted magic in the air, or it could create a small opening to a different world for any kind of monster to get through. It seemed as if we had the bad luck to deal with both outcomes. The bodies snapped into place, absorbing the tainted air. They merged them into an abomination. The sight of it made the cleaner scream and cling to my arm. It looked like a centipede made of fused, rotten bodies. Each arm at its side it used to rapidly crawl across the floor. August snapped back into action, his claws ready to defend us. The newly born monster would fall apart once the magic source ran out. That might be in about an hour. We didn't have time to worry about it, as that creature was very soon not the priority. A small ball of dark blue sparks appeared at the other side of the room. "August, something's trying to get through," I shouted at him, and gathered the small creature in my arms. This opening trying to form wasn't like the one I encountered in the forest. It would close again when the creature pushing on the other side entered, like Honey's large spider sibling. Depending on the strength of the creature, it wouldn't be an end-of-the-world scenario, but I was certain we would be killed if it got through. We needed to cut off the connection before it was too late. The issue was, I didn't know what that opening was feeding off of to be created. There were small items littered across the floor, not to mention all the different pieces of paper all over the walls that could hold a spell. To make everything harder, the creature August had started to fight decided to split off. In a flash, the bottom half formed into another centipede, and raced towards the weaker ones in the room. The cleaner yelped and leaped from my arms. The poor thing ran on all fours around the room, while being chased by the monster hot on its heels. I felt bad for him, but I couldn't run fast enough to catch up. Instead, I started to rip down the papers from the wall, as they kept the monsters distracted. The cleaner used some magic focused on his palms and feet to cling to the walls. He raced around, avoiding getting ripped apart, but that wouldn't last for very long. In my panic, I noticed something. His movements weren't random. He was darting around the room and scratching a long, curved line along the floor. My brain clued into what he was doing. He was making a circle. I got ready, muscles tense, waiting for the right moment to act. The cleaner could use the circle to create a simple spell, but he did not have enough magic to power it. That was where I came in. He connected the line and finished a circle that took up nearly the entire room. Then he stopped to press his hands into the line, ready to pour power into it while giving the spell and order. The monster that had been chasing him slipped along the floor, trying to correct itself to attack him. August had buried his claws in the other creature, when I grabbed the back of his shirt and then placed a hand on the cleaner's shoulder. I then mentally pulled magic out of the creature August was still attached to, through him, through myself, and gave that power to the cleaner so he had the strength he needed. The centipede creature was drained within seconds, and fell to pieces. Normally, this sort of thing wouldn't work, but it had been made in such a sloppy way that stealing away power wasn't an issue. This stunt hurt all of us, much like an electrical current would, but it was better than dying. The spell the cleaner created was the same one that had been in the dumpster when I worked with Rory. All the papers, blood, junk, and even the remains of the body sank into the floor, to be sent off to be burned. It was a spell that only affected non-living things inside the circle. We were safe, but the other creature sank halfway into the floor. It wasn't fully alive, so it wasn't fully affected. The cleaner could not keep the spell going. He collapsed on the ground, cutting off the connection. The centipede creature's lower half was also cut off when the spell stopped. I had hoped we were in the clear. Whatever had been causing the opening to be created disappeared, and the connection got cut off. We took care of the two monsters in the room, but we weren't fast enough. A burst of power knocked me off my feet. I recovered quickly, my hands still burning from pushing magic around. August stayed on his feet, ready to attack as we took in the new creature that had found its way into our world. The opening closed so nothing else could appear. We just needed to deal with one more problem. At least I had a person with good fighting skills on my side. The figure on the other side of the room was tall, pale, and thin. The body was covered by some sort of hard plating. The face looked similar to a cicada mixed with a human. In fact, it looked to be a perfect mix of a human girl and an insect. "Can you hold it off while we..." I started, as I snapped my head toward August. He was stock still, a serious expression on his face. The thing made an odd ringing noise, and his body fell limp. An odd distant look came over him, and he took a weak step away from me. Oh, god damn it. They weren't the same species, but that didn't stop him from becoming brainwashed by a hot female cicada right in front of him. I bet she smelled him from that opening, and pushed her way through trying to reach an available mate. I didn't know what she would do with me and the cleaner, but I would like to bet we would become meals for her future eggs if she got a hold of August. I picked up the weak cleaner and shoved him against August's chest, even though he still appeared transfixed. "Lucas is hurt. You need to get him to a doctor," I told him, trying to block his sight of the other insect. Something flickered in his eyes. He reached up to take a hold of the smaller person and shook his head. He wasn't fully back to his senses, but he knew he needed to get out of that room. He managed to make it to the door when the female creature realized he had sort of broken through her spell. In a blur, she crossed the distance, but I put myself between them. Long, sharp teeth sank into my shoulder, and claws were about to rip apart my chest. For some reason, she pulled back, spitting out my blood as if I tasted horrible. Fine by me. That bought enough time. August and the cleaner had safely left the room. My foot was on top of the circle, and I grabbed a hold of her wrist, ready to do something that would hurt. A lot. My plan was to use the circle to send her away, but I didn't pull enough power, and the pain kept me from being focused enough. Instead, the entire floor exploded downward, taking us crashing to the first floor. I landed hard. The wind knocked from my lungs. My head spun, and I should have died. How many times had I expected death that didn't come? No teeth and claws came down. The monster that should have fed on my flesh stood up from the debris, and then got her head neatly sliced from her body. It was over before I even opened my eyes again. A voice I knew said something as I was hauled back to my feet. I found myself supported by a cool body. "Ito?" I asked, confused as to why he was there. "Why did you take a job before you were fully healed? Take better care of your body," he snapped when he pulled away. I looked him over to see scratches all over his porcelain face, and his arm missing. Again. He must have just finished a job and rushed over. "Kettle calling the pot and all that," I replied, and got a deserved punch to the arm. "I can replace parts. You can't," he huffed. Well, I did get my leg replaced, and it was the main cause of my debt. Something like that wasn't cheap, and I didn't feel like getting into all that with him. Is August and the other person okay? I asked and looked around the room. I spotted them near the doorway, shocked over how I crashed through the floor and lived. The cleaner spotted his ruined wagon nearby. The entire day finally overwhelmed him. He broke down crying, because it was his main source of income. August couldn't help himself from acting like a concerned parent, and assured him he would get him a new wagon. My entire body hurt, and I needed to rest against Ito to remain upright. Then, 2 more people entered the house. They were not the pair I ever thought I would see together, let alone in a place like this. Klaus gave us a friendly wave, as a shorter person stayed by his side, arms behind his back studying the scene. I had only met Lupa once or twice before, and it was quick. I hadn't heard good things about him. He was an office supervisor. They dealt with a lot, but their main duty was to assign agents or contract workers to jobs. In a way, they held the lives of the ones who worked for them in their hands. Lupa was short with soft brown hair. Most of his height appeared to be 2 large rabbit ears. He wore a brown vest and pressed pants that were cut off at the knees, so his animal legs could move freely. He appeared to be a cute, nearly middle-aged rabbit man, but that image quickly wore off once it became clear how ruthless he could be. From what I'd heard, he believed weaker creatures were nothing but a resource to be used, that the weak needed to become prey for the world to keep moving. At least that kind of outlook didn't rub off on Klaus. These 2 are heavy hitters, so why were they here? Klaus held one of the papers from inside the room that the cleaner had been in. I squinted at it, trying to read what it said. The word was written in the common language of creatures, but I figured it out in a few seconds. Unfair exchange? No. It meant something closer to greed. Ito, can you get Richmond treated in the office and then take him home? Klaus asked, but his smile appeared strained. Agent Ito, Lupa corrected. I doubted he liked how informally Klaus acted around us. Sorry. Pretty please, my little sweet Agent Ito? A swift kick came from Lupa to the back of Klaus's leg, as his face remained collected. Lupa swiftly turned to head upstairs, to get a better look at the house in case we missed anything. What are you 2 doing here? Is something going on? I asked, and Ito's face fell. Agents normally don't question the higher-ups. They understood some stuff needed to be kept a secret. Klaus shrugged, brushing off my comment. Not really. But I think Lupa is after a promotion, to become the head office supervisor. So he wants something to be going on. Go along now. We'll clean this up. I nodded and let him leave. August was well enough to get the person we saved back home, and that left Ito to drag me towards a door, so he could use a key that took us back to the office. I hated going in for medical treatments. Cases like these were paid by the person who asked for help, but there was no way I would ever demand payment from that little cleaner. So these treatments were going to be put on my credit card. Today turned out to be an expensive one. How about we skip the office? I offered Ito. He raised an eyebrow, and only needed to press a finger into my injured shoulder to make his point clear. Since his treatments were different, I was abandoned in the office clinic to get cleaned up. He came back to make sure I got home safe, and made veiled threats if I went against my bed rest. I promised him I would let myself heal fully, knowing if a well-paying job came up, I would break that promise. After all, bed rest doesn't pay my bills, or keep me fed. I should have been resting for a little while longer, but I'd gotten so bored I couldn't deal with being stuck at home for one more day. I hadn't gotten any emails for jobs, which I assumed was because of Klaus. What he didn't know was that I had enough connections to land a job. Since I started working again, I had added a few new contacts to my phone. Seeing the new names gave me an odd feeling. Cameron had heard I started working with agents more often a while ago. She requested I put in a good word for her. Soon, we started exchanging cat memes. I think she enjoyed being able to talk with someone who didn't care that she was a succubus. I asked Harp if she knew any good jobs. Someone must have gotten to her before I did, and she refused to tell me, until my broken bones were fully on the mend. The traitor. I turned to April, who just called me a nerd and refused to share information about work. Finally, Evie came through for me. I asked her what August was up to. She told me about a headhunting job starting a few minutes after I sent her the message. I offered to keep an eye on him, and soon she sent over the key that would magically connect my apartment door to that location. I found myself in a busy field just outside a forest. Of course, the job would be in a forest. There was a mixture of agents and contract workers. I didn't see any hunters, which made me already know some details of this request. I tracked down someone in charge to get some more information. I was given a basket, like the one I had previously used to pick up trash. I attached it to my hip and rented out a small sword. Headhunting was exactly what it sounded like. There were some monsters wreaking havoc inside the forest that needed to be killed. Each person would be paid per head. It sounded gruesome, but most of the time these monsters were raging beasts without any kind of intelligence. And nearly all the time, these kinds of monsters were the results of the hunters. The hunter organization had some serious money backing them. They had a great deal of secret labs where they experimented on monsters, trying to create weapons to kill other supernatural creatures. Often those experiments got loose, and the corporation needed to clean up their mess. The hunters always used sneaky tactics, so they could never be blamed for the labs. Their favorite excuse was to say the ones working at the labs weren't associated with the main organization. Due to the danger of this sort of job, the weaker agents and contract workers needed to go in pairs. I spotted someone in the crowd I knew and called out to him. Jacob turned. When he saw who had shouted his name, he scowled and started to walk away. Even after our meeting at the card convention, he still didn't like me much. He looked different from the last time I'd seen him. His hair was tied back and he wore form-fitting clothing. Any sense of style was replaced with function. His shoes were practical, and he wore a few blades around his waist. He looked to be getting stronger, but I still worried about him. I needed to find a partner. I kept scanning the busy crowd, hoping to see August. Instead, someone else found me. A shorter man called me over. My stomach tightened when I realized who it was. I hoped to not run into him again so soon. At least our meeting was quick. Richmond, was it? Could you partner up with Kurt for tonight? Lupa asked, as he gestured towards another man nearby. He heard his name and gave a small wave. From the looks of things, Kurt was another contract worker. He also had a basket on his hip. There was a holster for a small pistol on his thigh. He didn't appear overly fit. In fact, he looked so thin I wondered if one good hit might be enough to take him out. I don't mind. I'm ready to go whenever he is. I nodded. We both started towards the forest, as most of the agents had already gotten to work. I saw August and called out to him, hoping the three of us could work together. He barely acknowledged me, and kept walking. That was odd. It was fine if he had already paired up with someone, but his smile appeared forced. I'd expected him to at least come over to give me an update about Lucas. What a cold shoulder. Is that an X or something? Kurt joked. No, I think he just has some personal stuff going on. Let's get started, before everybody else clears out the forest, I said, pushing the exchange out of my mind. We didn't get very far into the woods by the time we came across the first body. Only the contract workers needed to collect the heads to be paid. The agents were paid differently. Most of them did this job to protect humans, and often didn't even accept the full amount offered. The creature was human-like and thin. The skin was a pale blue color. An agent had killed this creature, and left the body to be collected later. The creature's eyes were a gross, milky white that bulged out of their sockets. The nose was nothing but slits in the face, and the teeth were extended, sharp points that didn't fully fit inside the mouth. Kurt stopped to give the creature a slight nudge to make sure it was dead. He then got down, pulling out a long knife, ready to cut off the creature's head. "What? Be a waste to let it sit here," he said, without an ounce of shame. It wouldn't take him too long to saw off the head. I wanted to keep going, not just because of the money. The quicker we killed them, the less likely other people fighting tonight would get hurt. "Can I see your basket for a second?" Kurt stopped in his grim task to consider if he trusted me enough. Carefully, he handed over the basket and watched as I shoved the creature's head inside. The baskets had a spell on them to transport only these creatures through and to a processing area. I looked hard, trying to see the threads of magic making the spell work. It wasn't a complex spell, so I was able to turn it off for a second. Turning off the spell was basically closing the door. As I removed the basket, I turned the spell back on. The creature's head had been neatly cut off when the spell stopped. Kurt didn't understand what I had just done. He turned over his basket, trying to understand what had just happened. "I'll send the heads through for us. It'll be much faster that way," I told him, but didn't explain myself. "All right. Thanks," he carefully said. I bet he was trying to think of what sort of half-breed or creature I might be. But I was just better at controlling magic compared to other humans. Nothing more. We carried on looking for any more signs of the creatures lurking in the trees. I kept my ears trained, trying to pick up any sounds of distress. These experiments might appear weak, but they would be a problem for even an agent if they attacked in numbers. "How long you been doing this job?" Kurt asked, trying to break the tension. I didn't think it was a good time for a chat, but I answered to humor him. "On and off since I turned 18, I told him. He appeared on the younger side. I bet I had more experience killing monsters than he did. At least he wasn't scared, so I didn't need to worry about him getting spooked and running off the moment a monster appeared. "How'd you get into this job? I mean, if you're human, then most likely a monster ate someone you cared about." I sighed, not wanting to get into all this. Most hunters were humans who had been hurt by a monster in the past, or were close with someone who'd been. The job of a hunter was revenge. Contract workers were after money. My mother was a contract worker. She never wanted me to follow in her footsteps, but I've been around supernatural creatures since I was born. I started working after she died. Now, can we focus on the task at hand? These creatures are going to hear us and try to jump us. Kurt waved away my concern. The sun had started to set, and I wasn't looking forward to being ambushed in the dark. "We'll be able to hear those clumsy things a mile away," he shrugged. "Above you," I told him. It took him a second to realize my warning. I pulled him out of the way just in time, as one of those creatures fell from the branches. It landed hard, mouth open and screeching. It recovered quickly and moved fast on all fours. I almost didn't get my sword out in time to slash at its claws. I cut it before it reached me. Since it was focused on trying to rip my guts out, it didn't notice Kurt. He drew his pistol and fired once into the large, white eye of the monster. It collapsed in the dirt. I drove the sword into the skull just in case. No such thing as overkill when it came to monsters. The creature jerked and twitched as I pulled the blade back out. "Can I have this one?" Kurt asked with a half smile on his face. I assumed he needed the money more than myself. I nodded and took his basket again. When I started to put the creature's head inside the basket, the mouth moved on its own. I pulled away, but a few teeth caught my hand. The cut wasn't that bad. It just stung a little. Kurt was nice enough to clean the blood off my hand with some tissues he had in his pocket. Then he slapped a band-aid on the small wound. We were ready to keep moving, this time with much less talking. When night fell, Small floating lights started to appear. They had been made by some agents, so the ones who couldn't see in the dark had more of a fighting chance. We ended up killing 3 more of those creatures, but didn't bump into anyone else. Kurt made sure to land the killing blow, so he would be the one to claim the bounty. I was doing most of the work, but I didn't care enough to make a big deal about it. If August was here, then that meant I could get a free dinner at his place after the job. I could afford 1 more day without pay if someone needed it more. I think they overestimated how many of these creatures there are. We haven't come across that many. I was hoping we wouldn't be able to go 10 steps without finding them, Kurt said after 2 hours. There were a lot of people here tonight. Maybe they already got to them, I suggested. We'd come across 5 headless bodies. It did feel like a bit of a low number, considering how many people I saw entering the forest to take care of this job. Maybe there wasn't a lot of contract work right now. It was a bit odd to have so many agents for such a low threat level. We haven't seen anyone either. Kind of weird, Kurt pointed out. Not really. Most agents have better senses than us. They know where we are from 100 feet away. They'll only come if we need help. They want to cover more ground, so no sense in grouping up, I explained. Is that so? Kurt muttered to himself from behind me. I kept walking, my eyes scanning the dark trees looking for movement. I heard a shot echo through the trees. At first, I thought Kurt was in danger. I turned, trying to see the threat, only to find him standing there, gun drawn and pointed in my direction. An odd warmth started to flow down my side. I glanced down to see something my brain hadn't caught up to yet. I had been shot in the back. What? I asked, my brain in shock. Kurt tossed something at my feet. His smile appeared even more menacing in the dim light. I found my legs grew unsteady. I collapsed to my knees, staring in horror at the charm made of twigs. It was a simple triangle, with the bloody tissue and a piece of those creatures' flesh in the middle. Oh, you know what that is? It'll attract all these creatures to you. Dead or alive. They'll come racing through the forest to eat you. He started to take a few steps backward, ready for a creature to appear at any second. This asshat had been planning all this from the moment we entered the forest. He made sure I didn't have any family to miss me. He gauged the strength of the creature, so he knew he could easily kill them. And he made sure no one was around to see him carry out his plan. Why? I asked, as I struggled to get to my feet. He raised his hand to rub his thumb and finger together. Money. Kindness doesn't pay the bills. There'll always be more contract workers, and they'll always be dying on the job. I gritted my teeth for being so stupid. When it came to this job, you needed people on your side to stay alive. I'd been lucky enough to never encounter someone ready to throw others under a bus to get ahead. I heard sounds of something tearing through the woods towards us. I didn't have much time. I placed a hand over my wound and pumped magic into it. It hurt like hell, but it closed the bullet wound enough for me to stand and move. When the monster came crashing through the trees, Kurt realized why so many agents had been requested. The beast was massive. It had a long body with arms and legs along the side. The head was made of other skulls piled onto each other. Some fused while others stuck out. Kurt fired 3 shots into the exposed eyes, but it didn't seem like it affected the monster in the slightest. We watched in horror as the monster's arms stretched from the body, and then fused together into a mass. It wrapped around a young tree, then ripped it out from the ground, roots and all. The tree came down on Kurt. I put everything I had into running in his direction. I grabbed him around the waist in time for us to roll away from the deadly blow. The creature kept slamming the trees into others nearby, and above our heads. We stayed ducked down, waiting for the right moment to move. We can't kill it on our own, I told him, explaining why I'd saved his life. He nodded, face pale from fear. I just hoped he wasn't going to shoot me in the back again. My side hurt like a bitch, but I got up and ran towards the monster, dodging blows. Kurt kept shooting, aiming for weak points in the hands, keeping the creature unfocused. No matter how many limbs I sliced off, it felt endless. But my stamina wasn't, and neither was Kurt's ammo. We needed to think of something fast. I fell back to hide behind a tree, signaling him to do the same. While I was catching my breath, Kurt was doing something else. He'd taken a piece of chalk to start drawing a large rectangle on the wide tree trunk he was hiding behind. The magic doors were a simple concept. Draw a door, insert the key in the drawn-on lock, then the fake door will become a real one. If you had access to a real door, which you had permission to use, you could insert the key for the same result. Kurt had his hand on the handle, ready to bail, when the monster curled around the tree. He ducked as the long body wrapped around the huge tree trunk, easily snapping it in half, destroying the door and the one-use key in the process. The monster lowered its collection of heads, eating away at the wood, confused about where the magic it sensed had gone off to. Well, there goes that idea. I didn't have a key to get us away from here. Kurt appeared too scared to move, and would be eaten in the next few seconds. My sword wasn't doing enough damage. I needed to think of something. I stared hard at the creature, looking at the flow of magic it held, looking for a weak spot. It held most of its power inside its many heads. The heads we were supposed to be collecting. An idea came back to me. I raced over and climbed up the abomination, avoiding snapping teeth. I ripped the basket from my waist and shoved it over the first head I saw. I then shut off the spell, cutting off the head and moved on to another. The beast screamed in pain. If we had any chance at killing this thing, we needed to take off the heads. I was tossed off, landing hard on the ground. My lungs and muscles burned from the effort. Kurt stayed on his knees, his mind overwhelmed by shock. Yes, he'd tried to kill me, but I pushed past that to save us. I was slammed down to the ground at least 5 times. My body wanted to give up. I refused. I swallowed my pain and fear to keep fighting. When I was tossed aside for the final time, the monster was done with me. It grabbed a hold of my chest with a large hand to keep me still as its neck transformed. All the heads fused into one. The long neck transformed into something snake-like. The face shot out towards mine, mouth open with countless teeth, waiting to rip into my flesh. 2 shots rang out. Kurt had used the last of his ammo to distract the monster long enough for me to force the basket over its head. I turned the spell off, finally killing the gruesome beast. I let myself sit on the rough ground to collect myself. Kurt slowly walked over to remove the large hand from around my chest. He sat down next to me, eyes wide and face nothing but a blank expression. "Hey," I said, and my voice made him jump. "Are we cool?" I was done fighting for the night. After a rest, I could only walk out of the forest. If Kurt wanted to kill me, he could have. I was more beat up than he was. I waited for his answer, praying he trusted me enough to not tell anyone he had tried to murder me. He slowly nodded his head. That was a relief. I finally stood up, my every cell protesting. "Are you guys alright?" a voice asked, as a figure came through the woods. "August?" I said, a bit surprised he found us. His clothing was clean. If he had fought those creatures that night, he'd had an easier time than us. I was glad to see him, but something felt off. His smile was different. It made a chill run down my spine. I even looked at his magic flow to make sure it was really him. "What happened here?" he questioned. I nodded towards the creature, as if that was all that was needed. August silently walked through the ruined area of the forest, following our fight. He bent down and brushed away some broken branches to pick something up off the ground. He held it up to show us the broken charm which Kurt had used to lure that massive monster in our direction. At least we knew no more of these creatures would be coming our way. We made that because we weren't finding anything, Kurt said nervously. I didn't like the expression on August's face. I couldn't read him in the dim light. He felt so distant, even though he was only a few steps away. Why does Richmond have a healed bullet wound? He said in a low, accusing voice. My hand covered the spot on reflex. An ache started in my chest. I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came. I already knew nothing I said would stop what was about to happen. Kurt realized it as well. He started running, but August caught up to him in a second. The smaller man was knocked down and rolled on his back. He begged and pleaded to be just arrested. August didn't listen to a single word. He took Kurt's head into his hands and leaned in close. How many contract workers have you killed? August asked, in such a dark voice it scared me. Arrest me, and I'll admit to everything, Kurt replied, his voice on the verge of tears. That was the wrong answer. I wanted to look away, but I forced myself to watch. August turned his hands into sharp claws. No matter how much Kurt struggled, he couldn't get free. The tip of the claw came down in the middle of his forehead, causing him to freeze. August slowly dragged the claw down through the middle of the man's face. His cold expression never changed. When he reached under the chin, he stopped. Then, he placed his thumbs on either side of the long cut and pulled. A cracking sound echoed through the woods as August pulled open Kurt's face. He finally let his human mask slip. His monstrous face lunged downwards to devour the soft, tender brains waiting for him inside the now halved skull. I must have fainted then. My next memories were waking up on a cot inside a small medical tent. My body hurt and I felt too exhausted to sit up. A pair of hands reached over to adjust the blanket over my chest. August sat next to me, silently ensuring I was comfortable. Did Lupa put you up to that? I asked, my voice cracking from a dry throat. He nodded, confirming my suspicions. Lupa didn't like wasting resources. He simply would not turn a blind eye to someone disposing of something he could use. He also knew Kurt wouldn't admit to all of his crimes. The only way to know for certain how many lives had been lost was to use August. Being able to absorb information by eating someone's brain was a rare and useful skill. How many people did he kill? I asked, and forced myself to sit up. 6. But that's just the contract workers. Who knows how many people those contract workers could have saved? My stomach hurt from stress. I hated what happened that night. I hated that August had been used to kill someone, and I hated I had been used to bait a killer. I was selfish. I didn't want you to come tonight because I knew Lupa would have picked you for this. I would have rather a random contract worker risking their life instead of you, August admitted. I started, unable to put the rest of my thoughts into words. If I hadn't been there, Jacob would have been picked. He would have died in those woods, and Kurt most likely would have been eaten before August could have reached and saved him. The truth Jacob would have died for would have been lost. August was alright with that outcome. He knew my train of thought. His smile didn't reach his eyes, as he slightly shook his head. I am a monster, after all. I already knew that. August was a good father and a kind friend. He was also a monster. And I had been working to accept both sides of him. What's going on with you? Something else is wrong, I said, wanting to not think about what happened that night. He appeared shocked I had picked up on his mood. Being used to kill a troublesome human was nothing new to him. He internally debated on if he wanted to spill the beans or not. Lucas's remaining family wants to take care of him. His aunt and uncle are getting ready to start taking him during the week. And I'll have him on weekends. My mouth dropped open. No wonder he had been acting odd. I didn't want to believe, after everything he'd done so well, that Lucas was going to be taken away. But you're the one who adopted him. Where were they then? I pressed, my cheeks getting hot. Strangely enough, August softly laughed. I hate a man's brain in front of you. Twice. And you still say something like that. It's true. I love him. I'll do anything to make him happy. But I'm not human. He should be with his biological family. Around humans who understand him. It's frustrating. I'll always treasure the time I had with him. He sounded like he'd already given up. I shook my head, not wanting to believe this. Even after everything I'd seen him do, I couldn't bear the thought of him losing the son he loved so much. It's alright. For now, I still get to see him. You've had a long night, so don't worry about it. Get some rest and then head straight home. August stood up, ready to leave. He needed to fill out a report and tell the higher-ups the information he learned from his snack. I hated how I couldn't do anything for him. At that moment, I felt a little bit worthless. When I finally came home, I found out I had gotten paid for the heads Curtis had sent in. He must not have had any family for the money to go to instead. It still felt dirty to accept it. I donated the payment to a homeless charity, not wanting to use it for my own goals. Guilt still sat heavy in my stomach. I understood why things happened in the way they did. It didn't stop how conflicted I was. Cameron sent me a random text. Unaware of how I was feeling, I ended up talking to her for a few hours, doing my best to keep my mind off of things. One more job down. But I had accomplished nothing. Ito must have gotten wind of how poorly the headhunting job went. He made some time between jobs for us to see each other. We had a few little park dates. I was starting to think whatever we had was getting a bit more serious than he wanted to admit. As long as I didn't say that thought out loud, I was convinced things would stay the same. One of the park dates was crashed by a gremlin of a creature that I regretted taming. "I have a job for you, human," April shouted with her hands on her hips. She had done so in the middle of a busy path. I rolled my eyes and ignored the stares directed our way. I was going to leave soon. "Go on. Call me if you need help or if anything happens," Ito offered. I squeezed his hand before he left, wishing I was confident enough to kiss him publicly. April waited until he left to give me the rundown of the day. She had been given a job to investigate a ghost town that had been hit by a sudden burst of odd weather. She proudly stated she had no desire to do such a boring task, but the black collar forced her to at least go to the location. She wanted to go with me, stay long enough for the color to let her go, and let me deal with the rest of the work. At least she offered to pay me half of what she would earn. I had nothing else going on, and half was better than nothing. I agreed. We used a key on a public washroom door to be transported to the abandoned town in the middle of a desert. Those magic doorways were useful. The entire corporation might not be able to operate without them. I started to carry a key that would connect me directly to the office. It was a one-use item, and they took it out of my pay to get another one made, so I rarely used my own key, and just followed any agents back through the doorways they created. I've learned how to be cheap over the years of working this job. "Are you dating that agent?" April said, not looking in my direction. She kicked at a rotten board in the middle of the road. It had rained recently, so we stood ankle deep in mud. Sorta, I admitted to her. She found a large black beetle rushing away after she moved its hiding spot. I watched her reach down to pluck it from the ground, and toss it into her mouth. The crunching sound made my skin crawl. She was oddly quiet. I don't think she had the best relationship with the corporation, considering she had been forced to work for them. Sorta isn't a good answer. It should be a yes, she finally said. Sorta is the best you get with agents. They don't like to date because of their job. I shrugged. She frowned, and I felt her judging me. She stood up and gave my shin a swift kick, leaving behind a mud stain. I don't like people who do things halfway. It's either a yes or a no, she said stubbornly. Was I doing things halfway with him? This kind of relationship protected the both of us. Ito wasn't the only one risking his life every time he worked. I had been extremely lucky lately, and stayed alive. I wanted him to be able to easily move on whenever my luck ran out. April derailed my thought when she started to dig in the mud. A large storm had blown through, and scattered parts of the old wooden building into the road. I saw shards of glass and trash mixed in the dirt. I knew she healed fast, but I didn't want her cutting herself. April, sweetie, playing some cleaner mud? I asked her. She gave me a raised eyebrow, not understanding what I meant. I pointed to a puddle she could splash in so I could walk around looking the place over. It wasn't a very big town. I counted 9.5 buildings along the road. A sign had been put up for visitors to read about the history. There was no gift shop or anyone around. I'd never heard of this ghost town, and it wasn't anywhere near another city. From the looks of things, the buildings had been left to rot with only a handful of visitors every year. The land wasn't worth anything, so no one bothered tearing down the half-rotten town. Somewhere like this was perfect for creatures to make their home, away from prying eyes and with the occasional victim wandering right into their hunting grounds. If someone died out here, it would be easy to say they got lost and died of exposure. April ambushed me from behind. She wrapped me in a tight hug, causing wet mud to seep into my clothing. At least I already needed to do laundry that night. This place is boring, she complained. I don't know. I think it's neat. According to this, the town was flooded by a freak storm and abandoned like 100 years ago. Don't you think it's impressive the buildings have stayed here for that long? Her expression showed she was, in fact, not impressed. April could have been as old as this town. 100 years is nothing to some creatures. I realized I didn't know that much about her. I wasn't even sure what kind of creature she might be. There were so many different species out there, it was hard to keep track. Most don't even have names humans could pronounce. It was a bit rude to ask her. You never ask a woman her age, and you never ask a supernatural creature what they are. Do you have any clues on why we would have been called here to look around? I asked her, trying to get back on track. She shook her head, distracted again by some tasty bugs. What did the email say? I pressed. I don't know, I just skimmed it. Just the normal stuff. A few people turning up dead and all that. She replied in a not very helpful manner. A few? How many were a few? And how did they die? Didn't she first mention weird weather? And now we were dealing with a few deaths? April noticed my crossed arms and rolled her eyes. Some witnesses say they left when they saw a storm rolling in, even though it rarely rains here. Their friends stayed behind and were found dead with water in their lungs, but it was bone dry around the bodies. Nothing too interesting. Yes, when you worked with supernatural creatures, something like 2 people drowning in the middle of a desert wouldn't be interesting. Unlike April, who only cared about her next snack or a fun fight, I wanted to get to the bottom of what really happened here. We didn't have that many leads, aside from the fact that it looked like it had rained here recently. I closed my eyes and opened the left one to look around the area more carefully. I wasn't sure what I was looking for. April watched me, interested in my odd actions. I saw her magic moving in a healthy flow. The color looked familiar. I wanted to know where I had seen something like it before, but needed to focus on solving a different mystery. Magic left traces. If the storm was caused by a spell, some signs of one would be left behind. I couldn't make sense of what I saw for a few seconds. Bright, thin lines ran through the ground under our feet. I bent down low, touching the ground, trying to sense the hints of power. Magic leaks from living things, and builds up in areas and with a certain flow. Since we were in a desert, the flow should have been far less than what I was seeing. It appeared like a spider web of magic. Looking at the glowing threads of light hurt my eye, so I shook my head, clearing my sight. "Does this place feel any different to you?" I asked April, but she didn't seem to know what I was talking about. April had never been in a place lacking magic. Due to her work, she only went to places full of it. We didn't have time to think through the answer at that moment. The wind started to pick up, carrying an unnatural chill. The back of my neck prickled, my body sensing something getting closer. April got back to her feet, claws out, ready to face the threat. Her sundress blew in the constant wind. Thunder boomed overhead, so loud I needed to cover my ears. The world turned gray as heavy raindrops fell hard to the ground. April moved in front of me, defending from a new threat. Looking up, I saw a figure stumbling out from behind one of the wooden buildings. It had been a human once. The body dried out, the skin clinging to each bone. Sunken, dark eyes settled in our direction. A shot of fear stabbed my heart. I faced a lot of monsters, and yet, this one terrified me to the core. My feet were glued to the ground, with the wind picking up, doing its best to sweep us away. The rain hit the walking corpse. The water was absorbed into the dried flesh. I didn't need my sight to know the body was carrying a lot of magic, enough to create the storm above us. April charged forward, ready to go feral, but her feet slipped in the mud. She found it impossible to stay standing, with the wind and rain beating her down. Each burst of wind took away my breath. I raised my hands over my face, trying to protect it. The raindrops were so large they hurt when they slammed into my body. I couldn't get any air. When I tried breathing, I only choked down rainwater. Dread came to my mind, with the realization that I was going to drown standing in this storm. I needed to think of a plan to save us. Forcing my eyes open, I followed the pathway of magic, trying to see anything useful. To my shock, the spiderweb trails of magic all led to the corpse. What was this thing? Had it been created by someone else? Or was it just a person that refused to pass on? There were too many threads for me to cut on my own. I wasn't sure if April could remove the threads of magic. Even if she could, we didn't have the time. I soon found myself sputtering and coughing, my chest burning in pain. Within a few minutes, I became useless. An arm grabbed my waist and I was dragged away. I blacked out for a minute or two. When I came to, April was pressing hard on my chest, trying to get me to cough up the water that had gotten into my lungs. I rolled over, puking out what felt like a gallon of water onto the dirt floor. When I recovered, I looked around the room. April had dragged us inside an old jailhouse cell and closed the bars behind her. That was a smart move. Iron dulled magic and supernatural creatures' senses. The storm still raged on outside, beating hard on the building. For now, we were safe to recover and think of a plan. April walked over to the far wall and sat against it. She tucked her knees to her chest, wringing out water from her dress. She looked like a drowned rat. I didn't look much better. "What is that thing?" she asked softly. "Death," I answered after a few moments. She frowned at the dramatic answer. It was the truth, though. That thing outside was nothing but death itself. It wanted to end life in the same way it had been ended. I was lost in thought, trying to figure out what we were facing and a way to beat it. I was scared as hell, but also scared for April. Her strengths were ripping and tearing. We couldn't even get close to this enemy. I started to draw lines on the dirt floor, thinking through my theory. I think there's a ley line around here, I muttered to myself. A what? April asked. I raised my head, not understanding how she didn't know what I was talking about. All creatures should be aware of the magic rivers running through the planet. You know, magic veins, I explained. Oh, we call them... She made clicking and chirping noises that reminded me of a grasshopper. It made sense that her species had a different name for ley lines. I didn't even like calling them that myself, but there wasn't an agreed term for them between all creatures. Right, one of those. I think the corpse outside was a person who died from the flood that destroyed the town 100 years ago. Their body must have gotten swept away and never found. They were either a supernatural creature or a human with good magic control. Over the years, the body collected magic and finally became what we saw. I explained to her, thinking my theory made sense. If it's near a ley line, then why wait until now? If it can feed from the magic, then it's working with a nearly bottomless source, April said. I nodded at her question. I hated to think about how much magic we were dealing with. If it was really feeding from a magic river, then I don't know of a single person who was strong enough to deal with that much power. Ley lines move and shift over the years in some places. It must have been slowly collecting magic, then got a burst of it all at once when the river moved close enough. April looked surprised over that information. She grew up in a forest, or an area where the lines don't move, or are big enough to still cover the area if they shifted. Some creatures weren't aware that magic drifted from place to place. We need to leave. You have an office key, right? Use the door and let's go. This time, I was surprised by her words. I never would have thought she would be the one asking us to abandon a fight. Our enemy was far too much for us. Leaving would be smart, and April rarely had smart ideas. You can't create a doorway through iron. Besides, if this is an undead, I just need to listen to their soul. If we can figure out the grudge it holds, then maybe we can... She suddenly stood up and stomped her foot in the dirt. For a moment, she looked like a child. No, you're human. That's too much for you. Draw a damn door and let's get out of here, she half shouted, face turning pink from being upset. I shook my head, trying to calm her down from the outburst. You know supernatural creatures have issues dealing with the dead and ghosts, right? I'm better suited for this because I'm human. It would take ages for the agents who do put the dead to rest to come here. They're so swamped with other work. She was just getting more frustrated with my words. She sat back down, extremely grumpy. No one ever listens to me, or cares about my feelings, she muttered. Where did that come from? The sounds of the storm got louder. If we did want to make a door out of here, it would be best to wait until the monster outside calmed down a little. If it sensed the door and attacked it before we both got through, then I hated to think of what would happen to us if the connection was broken halfway. Let's wait here for a little bit and think things through. She nodded, tucking her knees back up to rest her chin on them. If I didn't know there was an undead creature outside waiting to kill us, then listening to the storm outside might have been enjoyable. I wasn't sure how much time passed by. I considered calling for help, but of course there was too much magic in the air for my phone to work. Or it got too wet. Do you know about the original Silver King? April asked in a low voice that didn't suit her. There are a lot of different versions of the story. What one do you know? I asked her. I sat down next to her, half expecting her to push me away. She wouldn't look in my direction, but she didn't move away either. I heard that in the first world, He created all the supernatural creatures. They were beasts that killed and ate humans without a care. Then the original king fell in love with a human. He wanted his creations to know the same feeling, so he made it so we could all love. He did that before the human he cared about died. It hurt him. A lot. Everyone suffered because they could love, and his creations turn on him, angry over the new emotions. They killed him, but there's still a trace of him bossing us around. That was similar to the story I heard. This must have been a bedtime story April had heard 100 times before. So why mention it now? Don't you think that was cruel of him? Don't you think we would be better if we were monsters unable to love? She said in an oddly heavy tone, and glanced in my direction. I agree that a lot of pain came from supernatural creatures being able to love humans. Some days I didn't know if it was all worth it. But her words made something click in my head. I found myself looking over her and studying her features. Her dark, slightly wavy hair, dark eyes, and jawline. I'd seen them all before on someone else. "Do you have an older brother named August?" I asked, wondering how I didn't realize this before. Her face flushed in a rage, and she looked away again. "My family died a long time ago." That confirmed it. He must have done something to her that made April disown her only family. I couldn't believe I didn't connect the dots until now. They had the same collars, the same handler, and hell, even similar names. "I'll tell him you're doing alright. He adopted a cute human kid. When my phone works again, do you want to see photos?" Her eyes darted back and forth, trying not to appear interested. No matter what August did in the past, she wanted to meet her new adopted nephew. "I don't have any family. I don't know what you're talking about. But I do like cute photos." That felt like a step towards them getting along again. But we needed to focus on getting out of here alive. The storm outside had died down. Soon, that fact wouldn't matter. I stood up and offered my hand to April. "I have a plan. Do you trust me?" I asked. She chewed on her lip. I was human and weak in her eyes. I think I did something horrible to her when I forced us to become friends. She cared about me. Aside from Evie, I might be her only friend. I should have remained just a coworker to her. Even if risking my life caused her some distress, I was glad we got to know each other. She reached up to take my hand as she got to her feet. I asked her to do a small task I hoped would get us out of here alive. We stepped back outside, still afraid of what we faced, but at least we felt like we could manage this together. The corpse was waiting for us. The storm came down again, even harder than before. Soon, boards from the buildings were being blown off by the harsh winds. At least this time, I knew to hold my breath. The rainwater stung my eyes and made it impossible to see. I shut them, relying on being able to sense the massive magic in front of us. April took a hold of my waist, and used all her strength to push against the storm, dragging us within arm's reach of the corpse. It let out a bone-chilling scream that nearly made my body shut down. My arm shot out, and I grabbed the monster, skin crawling at the dry feeling of the flesh against my palm. I wanted to connect to this person's soul, to listen to their regrets, and to let them finally rest. That wasn't possible. Whatever soul they might have had in life had been replaced by a sea of hatred so deep, I had no chance of finding the bottom. My head swam in pain and fear from facing an embodiment of death. This was no longer a person, and there was nothing we could do to stop its rage. I gasped for air, my lungs burning from holding my breath for so long. The winds weren't as strong next to the corpse. I felt a burst of magic building, the undead creature about to blow us away. We had only seconds to react before it did. April got behind it and cut a perfect large square in the dried flesh. The creature hissed, but it could easily heal the wound. It just needed to last 3 seconds. She pulled me around, and I shot my hand out to stab a key inside the new square. The key connected two doorways together, but there were places in the world without any nearby doors. So, if you drew a rectangle and inserted the key, it would turn that into a door. It just cost more magic to create, and we had access to a lot of magic. I pulled on the threads of magic the undead creature had been using, and poured the power into the key. My body burned with the magic, and I really thought I would be blown apart cell by cell by the burst of power. I gritted my teeth, refusing to give in. I didn't have enough control over the power pouring into the key to create a new opening. A large rip appeared, showing the corporation office behind it. I wasn't able to move, so April manhandled me inside. We hit the ground hard, rolling to a stop. The unstable connection behind us flickered and then exploded outward. We were hit by chunks of drywall and a door frame. I have no idea what the explosion was like on the other end, and if the undead monster was still in one piece. It might be able to heal from getting blown to bits. Maybe. I didn't sit up for a long time. My ears rang and my body was in so much pain. I needed a better career. I finally got my eyes open, swimming with colors I didn't think humans should normally be able to see. We were facing a blown-apart wall with an office space outside. The desks were covered with drywall dust, and a few stunned workers stared in our direction, unsure of what to do. Magic doors were one of the more stable spells. None of them had ever seen one backfire before. It was a miracle the damages were so minor, and just took out a wall. Footsteps echoed throughout the office, and a friendly face appeared. "Do you two want to explain what just happened?" Klaus asked, with a strained smile and a very sharp inhale of breath. Soon, we found ourselves sitting across from Klaus, and for the first time, I felt scared of him. They had given April a towel and a popsicle. I refused to eat or drink anything, feeling like I would get sick if I looked at food for too long. "You opened a door on a creature's back?" Klaus asked for the third time. I nodded, regretting the action. "That's brutal. I've never heard of anyone doing that. Since you admitted it was your idea, April's in the clear. I need to tell you that the protocol is to never open a doorway while fighting a creature. If there is no other option, then use a key connected to the empty offices made for that purpose, not the main office, to avoid putting our workers in danger. Since this is your first offense, I'll let you off with a warning." I nodded again, feeling the guilt in my stomach. I risked the lives of the people in this office because I selfishly wanted to save April and myself. They reasonably could have fired us both for this. That wouldn't have been so bad for April. She had been forced to work by a caller. There weren't that many choices for a supernatural creature like her, and the corporation may not feel the need to keep such an untrustworthy resource. We were dismissed and started to walk out of the room. A set of arms stopped us with a hug. Klaus had walked over to squish us affectionately together. "I'm glad you two made it back," he said, and I felt my face turn red. I didn't pull away out of embarrassment. Klaus had done this job for a long time. Who knows how many people he's seen off into the field without them all returning home. "This better be a friendly hug, because this loser's taken," April pointed out. We were both released to go home. April proudly said she was going to spend the rest of the day eating pizza pockets and napping. I think she earned that. The storm still raged over the small town, tearing it apart bit by bit. It would take a long time until the magic ran out, and it would be safe enough to enter the area again. So the place was sealed away from prying human eyes. I called Ito that night. He was working and couldn't see me. That was fine. I just wanted to talk to him. He hadn't heard about what happened at the ghost town yet. If he had, I would have gotten an earful. We talked about nothing important, and I needed a simple conversation like that. I wondered if we should stop doing things halfway. I might have been ready for the pain a relationship would bring, but I wouldn't force that on him. At that moment, I was glad he just picked up the phone. For once, I picked a job that had no risk of getting eaten. It was a task no one wanted. Therefore, it took a few days to complete. I spent nearly a week going through reports and paperwork in the office, because I had a basic enough grasp of the common language supernatural creatures used to read the nonsense reports they filed. A great deal of outdated and useless reports were burned that week. I'll admit I did waste some time texting Ito and April, instead of working as hard as I should have. Ito was fairly busy with real jobs, so I couldn't talk to him as much as I wanted. I was committed to properly asking him out. It needed to be in person, though. My stomach sank when he asked if we could talk about something important the next time we saw each other. My brain swam with what that could possibly mean. Not a lot of those ideas were overly positive. After the job was finished, I planned on relaxing for the rest of the day. All of that paperwork hurt my eyes and wrist. But before I was able to leave, I was stopped by a person I would have liked to avoid. "Are you busy?" Lupa asked when he spotted me in the office hallway. Damn it, he must have been waiting for me. If I lied, he would know. I was stuck in this conversation. "Do you need something from me?" I asked, a bit weary of him. "Have you ever considered becoming an agent?" he said, as if that was a normal question. Those words held a great deal of weight behind them. Not just anyone could become an agent. Certainly not a human. I've only heard of 1 or 2 humans being one. The rest worked in the office or did other duties for the corporation. I've heard of humans being partners with agents. However, they were acting more for emotional support instead of fighting monsters. "I think it's a bit out of my league," I admitted. "I'm not certain of that. You've dealt with world-ending issues before, and made it out alive," Lupa pointed out. His smile wasn't as charming as he thought it was. Yes, I had lived through a lot of nasty things working as a contract worker. The scariest situation I've ever found myself in was an agent's daily life. I didn't think I could handle dealing with a world-ending threat every single day, regardless of how well it paid. It wasn't just world-ending threats. It went beyond that. The stronger agents were expected to deal with creatures that went beyond eldritch gods. The creatures I've come across were like ants, compared to the real threats that were out there. I was just lucky. I shrugged, hoping he would get the hint. "I think you have some talent. I think you're suited for this. However, the choice is not just up to myself. I require at least one more office supervisor to sign off before I officially offer the job. If that happens, we'll give you a good signing bonus. I hear you have a debt. We can clear that for you." His tone was overly sweet, and it got on my nerves. I bet if I took out a loan with the corporation, I might be able to pay off my debt faster. I hated that idea. I was suffering because of the money I owed. The debt for my medical costs after the botched job that killed my partner. I'm still here while she isn't. Paying back the debt shouldn't be easy for me. "I'll keep the offer in mind," I said, and started to walk around him. His phone beeped, and I thought he was distracted enough to let me go. Instead, he called out to get my attention. "Since you're free, I may have a job for you. You've worked with Agent Ito before, correct? It appears he and a few others are having difficulties at the moment." My heart skipped a beat, and I spun on my heel. "Where are they?" I asked, ready to run off to help. Lupa grinned, and I hated how well I'd been played. If I did well on a job agents struggled with, it gave others a reason to offer an agent job. If I died today, then it just meant he used me up as a resource. Overall, I didn't care about the games he was playing. I just cared about keeping Ito safe. Within the next 2 minutes, I had a short sword in my hand as I pushed past an injured agent, going through an open doorway. I might as well have walked into hell itself. The air was so heavy and vile, it felt like walking into a wall. I nearly got sick seconds after stepping through the door. I lost my balance for a moment, my mind reeling from so many sensations at once. The floor felt soft and hard to walk on. Dark blue and purple light flickered, distorting how the room appeared. It was as if the space was made up of sheets of flesh, sewn together, stuffed with who knew what to make pillows and blankets. I forced myself to focus on the important facts of the situation. This had been a summoning attempt, or someone had tried to rip a hole between worlds. A word written in different languages was stitched into the fleshy walls and floors. Each word leaked pure, dark magic that made my stomach turn. That word was one of the keys that fueled a possible rip, appearing within the next few seconds. It was also providing power to the reason why the agents were having so many issues. Large creatures stalked around, deformed yet powerful. One swipe of the stitched-together claws easily knocked an agent aside. No matter how many times the creatures were cut down, they reformed, ready to attack once more. Because all of the agents weren't human, the vile air affected them more. Most could barely stand up in this space, let alone fight. The air was knocked out of my lungs when my eyes landed on a lifeless body dressed in a suit. More than one agent had already lost their lives here. I scanned the faces of the ones who were still standing and understood why. All of them were either half-breeds or on the weaker side. This job required someone as strong as Lupa, and yet the people here were only twice as strong as a human. Without a powerful ally, they were sent here to die. Rage in the pit of my stomach boiled over, as I pushed aside the fear to try and do what I could to save the ones who were still fighting. A terrible sound rippled through the air, one I knew far too well. A rip between worlds started to form. We needed to destroy what was creating the spell, and direct the foul magic before the tear became too large to handle. Next to where the tear had started was a person wrapped in a bundle of blankets. They weren't dead, but their eyes remained closed with all the activity around them. It stressed out my eyes, but I saw all the threads of magic leading to them. We either needed to remove all the words filled with magic, or what? Kill this person? No. Maybe we just needed to ruin the text written in blood across their forehead. Sloth. I didn't have a chance to get closer or warn anyone what was going to happen next. The tear opened, a blast of power shooting across the room, knocking everyone off their feet. It felt like everything happened in slow motion. I hadn't even hit the ground when I spotted Ito falling. His face cracked. A distraught expression when he realized I was there. Another bout of power hit, and it forced everyone to the ground so hard I thought I died. I was lucky, though. The full force didn't reach the doorway. I forced my head up. My vision swam for a few seconds. Then dread filled my chest. The creatures and agents who had been nearest to the tear had been crushed from the second blast. Time froze when my eyes landed on Ito. He was on his back, hand weakly raised, and half of his face was missing, cracked away, leaving a dark, empty hole behind. For a moment, I didn't see him. I saw my old partner cold on the ground. Mentally, I was back in a memory of 2 years ago. Broken, bloody, missing my legs. A scream started in my chest. Panic almost took over. I only didn't break because I saw a flicker of magic within Ito's chest. He was still alive. We both were. I shot to my feet and raced over to him. His body acted on reflex. His threads went to the rip, trying to close it. I grabbed a hold of them, pulling with all my weight, feeling them cut into my hands. The tear closed an inch. We just weren't strong enough to do much. Something came out of that rip between worlds. A pitch-black hand. After everything I've seen in my life, that human arm was the thing that shook me the most. Every living thing has magic. Even if it was the slightest flicker, so small you might not even consider it was there. Each creature's magic looks slightly different based on colors or the flow. This thing, whatever it was, I couldn't explain it. The hand had power, but it was not magic as I knew it. The vile magic leaking from the stitched words was absorbed by the hand, turning it into something else I'd never seen before. Something that shouldn't exist. And that hand was connected to something. If that full person, no, creature, came through, could anyone stop it? What power it held was so different, I wasn't sure if magic could harm it. I almost gave up. All hope quickly left my body. My sanity remained hanging by a single thread. I found myself looking down at Ito, knowing if he didn't get out of here within the next few minutes, he would die. I realized that I didn't care what new horrors I faced. I refused to lose another person I loved. But how the hell could we get out of this? It was like a nightmare. Something clicked in my brain. I had a stupid idea. Oddly enough, I felt like it might work out. Some worlds are so dangerous that the ways to reach them are hidden behind complex rituals with strange requirements. It's to ensure someone messing around with magic can't accidentally open a doorway to somewhere they can't handle. Accidents do happen, but I doubt the tear we were currently dealing with was opened by accident. If I could figure out the requirements and mess with them, it would stop the flow of magic fueling the tear. My hands burned in pain. Ito's thread sliced into my palms. I let go to find my phone inside my coat pocket. My heart raced as I prayed this would work. Another burst of power started to gather in the air. With shaking fingers, I turned up the volume and raised my phone above my head. If that force came down again, we would all be done for. A blaring alarm came from my hand, echoing through the small room. A few agents turned their heads, confused about what was going on. The person wrapped in blankets shifted. Their eyes slowly opened as they raised their head. With a snap, the magic flowing to the rip was cut off. It backfired within the stitched words, causing small bursts of magic ripping apart the floor nearby. The tear suddenly closed as the hand disappeared. In a flash, the gruesome material the room had been made of fell apart. The place shifted to an abandoned warehouse with a handful of people questioning what happened. I let my arm drop. Feeling exhausted, though I barely did anything. I wasted no time begging an agent to help me with Ito. I grabbed him under his arms, my heart dropping when his internal magic flickered. The others around me were stronger and faster. They took him from me and hauled ass to get through the doorway, and to get medical care for the injured. I was dragged along, my brain a mess. I didn't even realize they thought I also needed help, until I ended up in the medical area of the corporation office building. A slime nurse carefully took my hands, trying to wrap them. I refused and kept telling them to help anyone else before me. 4 agents died that day. More were on bed rest. To make matters worse, there had been another big event, which was the reason why the stronger agents hadn't been available. Within minutes, the medical area became bursting with activity. That was never a good thing. I found myself unable to sit down. I offered my help and refused to take no for an answer. The next few hours were a blur. My hands were quickly wrapped so I could help the nurses with the other injured. From holding people down so their wounds could be treated, to rushing over supplies to the ones who needed them. I saw a man that looked like Dr. Philo arrive. It must have been his brother, who also worked as a doctor. Even with his help, it felt like there was simply not enough medical staff. When things finally died down, the slime nurses thanked me, and then 2 needed to drag me out of the room. They demanded I get some rest. I knew I needed it, and yet I just couldn't. I felt too buzzed to even think straight. They told me Ito had been treated elsewhere, and by some miracle, he was already up and moving around. He needed a new suit, so I headed towards the front office, pacing as I waited. For the most part, it was quiet for a few minutes. The secretary flipped through a magazine, clearly annoyed by the person making noise in front of her desk. Another person came down the hall, making me pause. He was tall and wore gray sweats that didn't suit him. His long black hair was tied back, showing off slightly pointed ears. My heart nearly skipped a beat seeing his beautiful face. Each feature was perfect, as if it had been sculpted. "Ito," I gasped, and met him halfway. He was shocked I recognized him, but also shocked by my appearance. "Are you hurt?" he asked, and his voice was deeper than before. I glanced down, seeing blood all over my clothing from helping in the medical area. "Oh, it's not mine," I commented, trying to shake off an odd feeling settling on my shoulders. "Hey, the last text you sent mentioned you wanted to talk in person." I wanted to not talk about what we had just gone through. My chest started to hurt in a way I didn't understand. Ito raised a perfect eyebrow, wondering why I would bring something like that up. "Were you that worried about?" "Yes," I cut in, a little embarrassed. He shuffled on the spot, almost a little uncomfortable. "I met August the other day. We talked a little about you, and... Is there something between you two?" he asked, unable to make eye contact. I had no idea why he would ever ask such a thing. My confused expression made him keep talking. "He said that once I was done with you, he called dibs," Ito admitted. I almost laughed. It was a nice feeling after the stress of what we just went through. "He just wants to eat my brain," I told him with a smile. "Oh, that's a relief," Ito sighed, but then appeared uncomfortable again. "He also said you prefer women? If my core isn't damaged, I can transfer between different bodies. I did start as female before we met. If you'd like, I could..." I raised a hand to cut him off and shook my head. My first relationship was with a mimic-type creature. I was younger, and it happened around the same time my mother got sick. Since it was a rough patch in my life, I didn't let myself remember too much about it. I knew my first partner changed parts of themselves to make me happy. I foolishly didn't notice it right away. I knew I hurt that person back then, and I was glad Ito wouldn't be going down the same path. There was nothing wrong with making changes you think your partner would like, but it had to be what you also wanted. My eyes landed on his hand, and I felt an urge to hold it. His magic hadn't fully recovered yet, and I selfishly wanted us to leave and spend the night together. I was seconds away from asking him to make our relationship official, when he spoke again, this time sounding serious. "I also wanted to ask something very important. If possible, I don't want us to work on the same jobs." The words felt like a slap in the face, but I tried my best not to show it. I opened my mouth, however, the words never came. "I'm glad you arrived today. It saved us. I also know how close I came to dying. I've accepted everything that comes with this job, aside from one thing. I cannot let you watch me die." The words hurt because I understood them. I still couldn't even think of my old partner's name. I loved her, and she was gone. Ito didn't know about her. He didn't need to. He understood how it would be if he died in front of me, or the other way around. I saved him today. Tomorrow might be different. I knew that I couldn't ask him for a deeper relationship after his request. At least, not now. I didn't respond for a minute. My eyes directed to the ground as a mixture of feelings rattled in my chest. "I'm sorry," Ito started. I shook my head, giving him the best smile I was able. "You're an agent. I knew that from the start." Those words were painful. It felt like everything hurt at that moment, until he leaned down to kiss my forehead. That small action made things a tad bit better. "Go home and get some rest. I need to head to the furnace to charge my magic a bit." I'll text you later, okay? I needed to change out of my dirty clothing. My hand started to tremble from a sudden coldness. Ito collected a new set of suits from the front desk. He refused to leave until I headed home first. My apartment felt too cold and too silent. I felt dead tired, and yet I just couldn't stay still. After quickly changing, I grabbed a basket beside the front door and headed outside. I had an urge to keep moving. I spent the next hour in a dark park collecting trash. I didn't care about the money at the moment. Mr. Richmond? A small voice pulled me from my thoughts. I suddenly realized how cold it was, and I hadn't grabbed a jacket. The person who called for me wore a bundle of clothing with a fancy new wagon behind them. Oh, you're the trash collector, I said and walked over. Sorry, I never caught your name. We hadn't spoken to each other since the hoarder's house. August had gotten him a new wagon which he used to collect trash. I wondered what he was doing in a park near where I lived. Al. He sounded a bit shy. Nice to see you again, Allie. I smiled, hoping the nickname was alright. Have you been doing okay? He nodded, a slight blush on his face as he fidgeted with his clothing. I was hoping to see you again. I haven't been able to pay you back for helping me yet. I'd forgotten all about that. I was never expecting to be paid back. I was glad that we arrived on time to save this small creature. I knew if I didn't accept something from him, it would upset the poor thing. You know that agent who helped us? He gets magic from the fire you fuel with the trash you collect. He's a friend of mine, and got hurt today. Can we clean up the park together tonight? I offered. His face lit up, glad to accept that offer. It was a good deal. I had some company, and he could easily repay me. The strange, shaky feeling I had in my chest went on the back burner as we worked into the night. Al appeared tired. Instead of letting him force himself to keep going, I said we should take a break. I asked if he needed a key to get home, but he shook his head, saying he could just find a spot in the park for the night. I hated the idea that Al didn't have a place to stay. I couldn't let him sleep outside. He crumpled under peer pressure and followed me home. I wanted to warm up in a shower, but instead I let him take a bath. Since Al was small, my tub was the perfect size for him. I cooked some instant noodles. It wasn't much, but Al appreciated it. I've never been homeless, but I've been close. A hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and getting clean was something everyone needed. Before letting Al go to sleep, I let him take a spare key to my place. He wanted to refuse, but I told him that knowing he had a place to go at night would fully pay back whatever he owed me. Finally, I started the shower. My body hurt, I was tired as hell, and my hands almost stopped working. Then, something else happened. My knees gave out. I felt too damn cold, then hot. It felt like a set of powerful hands were pressing down on my shoulders. My lungs refused to take in air. By some miracle, I made it to the toilet to empty my stomach. Tears started as tremors racked my body. I didn't know what was wrong. Images of my old partner, then Ito's cracked face flashed behind my eyes. Was I having a heart attack? It felt like it. I left my cell phone outside the washroom. I wanted to call someone for help, but who? I didn't want to bother anyone. I simply couldn't. My body curled into itself. After a long while, I calmed down enough to have a single terrible thought come clearly through. What was the point? I bit down hard on the side of my mouth. Feeling bitter, I let those words appear in my head. And I hated myself even more as I kept thinking. What was the point of all this? My partner died 2 years ago. Ito nearly died today. August may lose the son he loved because Lucas was human. April lost her family and home because of humans' greed. My mother wanted more children. She could barely take care of me due to her work. Once you interact with supernatural creatures, that's it. It was nearly impossible to get away from this life. What was the point of humans and monsters being close? A pain came up from my bad leg. My head buzzed with terrible thoughts. Unaware of my actions, I started to dig my fingers into my flesh. A knock came to the door. It creaked open with a small figure peeking inside. "I need to pee," Allie said in a small voice. The pain in my leg slowly faded. Guilt washed over me. Providing a safe space for someone like Al, that was the point of all this. I don't know what came over me. "Yeah, sorry." I tried to stand up, and yet my legs refused to work. "I can wait," he said, and turned away for a second. "It's okay to have bad days," he added. Deep down, I knew that. And yet, I wasn't sure if I could forgive myself for some of the thoughts I just had. With some effort, I stood up and let Al use the washroom. After a shower, I finally collapsed in bed after a very, very long day. Al was already curled up inside his wagon, asleep. He was so small, and yet he worked so hard every day, against the same thoughts I struggled with. I wanted to be able to keep things together as well as he did. Right now, getting some rest is the most important thing I could do. I couldn't help others if I kept pushing myself. A dull pain came from my hip again. It was hard to sleep no matter how much I wanted to. I'll have to get it looked at shortly. No matter how much I wanted to call Ito, I held back. He needed some distance, if I had any hope of having a real relationship with him in the future. Some work had come my way. Just small jobs here and there. Dr. Philo needed to look at my leg soon. Lately, I'd been feeling a dull pain coming from it. The last time he was here, he just rewrapped the bandages, saying it was fine. We both knew this leg was temporary. Unlike supernatural creatures, attaching a new limb wasn't easy for humans. I was lucky the current one lasted as long as it did. We often chatted a little while he was here. I think the main reason why I was avoiding him was because I didn't want to explain my failing relationship. Dr. Philo could be a bit nosy. Was it even a relationship? We never made that clear. Ito still replied to my messages, and we sometimes called each other after his jobs, but we hadn't seen each other in a while. Was he really that busy with work? August called, asking if I was free. We hadn't had a job together for a while, so I agreed. He didn't give a lot of details about what we'd be doing. Sometimes the corporation called for workers before they got the full scope of how much manpower would be needed. August either wanted to do a little less work, or he wanted to be around a friendly face for once. I arrived outside a forest to meet him. I saw a few agents huddling around, waiting for more details. I didn't recognize any of them. Deep down, I had hoped this was a nice and easy job with Ito. He wasn't around, most likely off doing something more important. I took a glance off into the woods. Nothing appeared out of place, so I didn't understand why we had been called. August found me. I tried sounding excited to see him. He easily noticed my lack of energy. "What's bothering you, Home Slice?" August asked. It was impossible to tell if he was joking, or if he thought that was actually the current lingo people use. "I think Ito's avoiding me," I admitted. "He's an agent. They deal with world-ending dangers every other day. I'm sure he's either working or recovering." August shrugged. "I know that. I just have this nagging feeling at the back of my mind." I sighed. August didn't seem to care too much about my relationship worries. At least he was good enough to listen and give advice on a topic that bored him. "What are you expecting from him? Do you want this all to be public?" He said in an oddly serious tone I wasn't used to hearing from him. I opened my mouth to respond, unsure of what to say. I shook my head and he went on. You two need to talk openly about what you want. There's nothing wrong with just enjoying each other's company. If he's not ready to commit right now, you need to decide if you can wait or if you two need to break things off. I nodded, already knowing all this, but I needed someone to say my thoughts out loud. It would be hard to follow his advice if Ito didn't want to talk in person. You almost sound like you know what you're talking about, even though no one wants to date you. He took my insult as a compliment, and gave a peace sign and a dimpled smile. Our conversation ended with Evie arriving with someone else. When April saw us, her face turned into a dirty scowl, and she hid behind her handler. With August and April next to each other, it was obvious they were related. August stiffened and didn't look down at his sister as she fumed. The air between them was cold and heavy, and I got stuck in the middle of it. Evie shrugged, showing she had dealt with this kind of situation before. I had no idea what had happened between the siblings for them to act so coldly with each other. April took hold of my arm to cling to as she gave August death glares. Are you two going to be able to work together, or should one of you go home? I asked, looking between them. I don't know what you mean. It's only you and me standing here. We work just fine with each other, April replied, nose up. What on earth did you do to your little sister? I said to August, point blank. I didn't feel like dealing with this immature bickering. August didn't acknowledge his sibling, hissing at my side. I told you, I don't have a brother, April said, sounding younger than she looked and starting to violently shake me. I caught the eye of an agent and silently begged for help. He shook his head and hurried off, leaving me to deal with the grave I dug. I suppose you could say I did something in a previous life that my family, no species, would agree with due to their foolish pride, August said, hands neatly folded behind his back and eyes staring forward. Our customs aren't foolish. What's foolish is that you're letting us be used like chained dogs. April peeled away from me, her face red with anger and tears in her eyes. Evie's eyes fell to the side, distraught. She was the one holding their leash, and she felt guilty because of it. August and April had lost their home, their family, and their freedom because of the callers. And from the looks of things, August was the one who tightened the spell on their throats. I made sure my only family walked off that mountain alive. No matter how much you hate me for it, I would do it again. Because I love you. This time, August addressed April directly when he spoke. She couldn't hold his gaze and turned away, frustrated. She left a swift kick on his shin and fled the scene. I let her go, wanting her to cool off before we started working. We needed to wait for nearly an hour to find out what we were all doing there. Finally, a woman with a clipboard called us in to go over the task for the day. We found an underground lab made by the hunters. A cleaner went through, and we have gauged the threat level to be lower than we first assumed. We shall keep 4 to do the final sweep, while the others will be reassigned to another task, she explained, and started to direct agents away to a new assignment. I was told there was a simple medical plant gathering request they wanted me to take. I was going to leave, but heard they wanted August and April to work together. That wouldn't be good at all. The other two that were going to stay were a shorter woman standing next to a creature I'd never met before. He was very tall, with a messy head of mossy hair. He adjusted his large sweater, annoyed he was stuck working while others got to leave. August was trustworthy enough to work without his handler. Evie was free to go. She offered to get me to my next job. I shook my head and approached the woman with the clipboard. Would I be able to stay here? I suggested. She noticed the tense air between the 4 people that were meant to work together. She quickly realized that they needed a mediator. That would be fine, she agreed. April hustled over to take my arm again, her sharp teeth showing in a smile. If you die, can I eat your brains? That was unsettling. However, she was a friend, so why would I turn down her request? Share them with your brother, I told her. Evie wished me luck with pity in her voice. I was already starting to regret my decision. Turns out Evie knew the one who assigned our tasks. She quickly swept the woman away, and the pair instantly started talking about a new bubble tea place. I got jealous of them. The rest of us were left behind. We awkwardly stood waiting for someone to talk first. I took the hit and introduced myself and the stubborn siblings. "This is Moss, and I'm Jessie," the short woman said with a bright smile. Her voice sounded overly friendly. She gave me the impression that she was forcing a preppy personality. The man beside her gave a small, annoyed sound. He twitched when a flux of power tightened the black ring around his neck for a split second like a shock collar. "You don't seem to like Moss," I said, with an uncomfortable feeling starting in my stomach. Supernatural creatures normally did have a lot of basic names. However, something about the pair caused me doubt. Jessie looked familiar, even though we'd never met. I squinted, and it clicked in my head that she had similar features to Evie. He doesn't want humans to know his real name. Moss is a good enough nickname for him, Jessie explained. I took the hint to drop it. "Are you and Evie related?" I asked, moving on. "Oh, yes, distant cousins. We're one of the rare humans who have the ability to create extremely binding collars." I hadn't done that much research into Evie's family. I wasn't even sure what her last name was. I knew she had to be decently powerful at controlling magic, if she could handle keeping the collar on August and April. From what I heard, April had been recently transferred over to her because they got along so well. And that was just the two supernatural creatures under her care that I knew about. Since none of us wanted this day to go on for any longer, we headed towards the not-so-hidden door that led to an underground lab. Hunters created these types of places fairly often. I had no idea where they got the funds for it. They studied anything from supernatural creatures to viruses that might be used to kill any monster it came into contact with. I've dealt with at least 5 or 6 labs that created monsters as weapons, only to fall into ruin. It's always the same thing. The hunters deny they were the ones who made the labs, and then put agents or contract workers at risk, cleaning up their mess when it all goes wrong. Inside was a run-of-the-mill 3-floor research building. The top floor had abandoned offices with destroyed computers and shredded paper left behind. The second floor would be a larger area, where they stored whatever samples they would be studying. And the third floor was always a not-so-secret lab where everything went wrong. We mostly ignored the first floor. Any bodies of the workers had already been taken away. Bloodstains of where they were killed were left behind. From the smell of things, it had been a few days since this lab was taken over. Thick vines had grown through parts of the hallways. It took me a few minutes to notice dark moss growing in the sticky, dried piles of blood. I bent down to touch it, trying to see if it felt any different than normal moss. April gave me a disgusted look, and August handed me some wet wipes to clean my hands with. Since we found nothing useful on the first floor, we went down a long stairwell to the second floor. It would be harder to find the entrance to the third and last floor. August and April thankfully didn't start bickering. Jessie stayed in the back of our group, checking her nails and showing off how little she wanted to be there. "You're human, right?" she asked me, and it drew my attention away from the large, dark room filled with overturned computer desks. August started looking at the leftover sheets of paper, trying to find any interesting reports. Moss had stayed silent the entire time, only moving when we did. "I am," I answered her, and trying to avoid a conversation. I found it odd we were even here. Why make 4 people search through a lab that appeared cleaned out already? I didn't see any signs of a threat left here. Jessie didn't catch my hint and kept talking. "I heard you helped out on a job some agents died on recently. I never caught your last name. What family are you from?" She had slid over and carefully took my arm to flutter her eyelashes, hoping I would fall for her charm. Now I knew why she wanted to talk to me. There was a great deal of human contract workers, but the ones who lasted the longest belonged to a well-known family. There were families like Evie's that had one special ability and were neutral. They worked for both the corporation and the hunters. August might have been passed around between hunters before Evie's family bought him. Supernatural creatures could become collared if they made some sort of deal. From what I heard, that was what happened. And it was most likely not Evie's family who were the ones who leashed him. If I was from a highly respected family, skilled with magic, Jessie wanted to cozy up with me. If she married into a powerful family, that meant less work. I'm not special. I was just born with slightly better magic control than others, I told her and took my arm back. She raised her eyebrows, appearing a bit annoyed as if I was lying to her. For some reason, even April glanced over, as if she didn't fully believe what I'd said. I wanted to drop the topic. A loud banging interrupted our conversation, and it made us focus back on the task at hand. Suddenly, the not-so-hidden door to the third floor was broken down by a raging creature. It tossed the steel door across the room, aiming for the weakest target, which was Jessie. I grabbed her at the last second to drag her to the ground. She cried out, alive but not happy. Since Jessie had been attacked, Moss moved to protect his handler. He was faster than the crazed creature that charged into the room. His hands turned into thick branches that easily tore into the flesh of the figure. Green, thick blood gushed from the wound, the liquid turning into moss as it dried. The person had been made up of vines with glowing blue eyes that flickered out after Moss forced a claw into its stomach. The vines shriveled up, then crumbled away, revealing a small, frail person underneath. Their pale skin clung to their bones, and, oddly enough, they appeared happy for a split second before falling limp. I watched Moss carefully take hold of them and place the small boy on the floor. The air caught in my throat when I realized why the four of them had been picked for this job. "Go clean up the last floor so we can get out of here," Jessie ordered before I could stop her. "No, don't let him go down there," I shouted as I started running between desks. He was too fast. We left Jessie behind, no matter how much she complained. August didn't understand what was going on, but he knew I wanted to stop Moss. Despite him picking me up so we could move faster, we didn't catch up. He practically flew down the stairs, manhandling me with April following behind. Moss had already reached the third floor, his hand deep in the chest of an already half-dead creature. A creature that had the same mossy hair as him. The room was large, and filled with destroyed equipment and bodies. Some were half-formed with vines. Others looked like normal people, half-starved to death, with leaves or moss for hair. August put me down, and I ran over to grab hold of Moss's arm, trying to keep him from attacking the last living person. My hand touched his neck, only to be blasted back with a spark of powerful magic. His collar was tighter than April's had been. It had an iron grip on him. He couldn't move or speak in a way his handler disliked. At least April had enough freedom to joke around, and choose things like what to wear or what to eat. Jessie finally got down the stairs, out of breath and complaining the entire way. I hadn't let go of Moss's wooden arm. He stood staring at the bodies around the room, his face frozen in a silent rage, pressing against his collar, wanting to explode. Ugh, it smells terrible down here. If everything is dead, let's torch the place and get out of here. I have other plans today, she said, dismissing the horrors around us. If April and August didn't also have collars, I bet they would have tossed out a few choice words at this woman. Instead, they glared at her silently, letting their feelings be known. The creatures that are here, they're the same species as Moss, right? I asked slowly. Jessie didn't appear to care in the slightest. She checked her phone to see no signal. Since she had nothing better to do, she answered my question. They were, I don't know, part of the same village or something, living out in the woods together. Since they needed to take over dead human bodies to live, my family gathered them all up. Why not? They were a threat. We kept Moss because he was the strongest and sold the rest. How are we supposed to know where they'd end up? I don't see why we needed to clean up this mess. I found myself crossing the room, not knowing what I was doing. A white-hot rage filled my chest that blinded me. August and April held me back before I did anything stupid. If they weren't there, I'm not sure what I would have done. What are you so upset about? They were only plants. Jessie shrugged. I was gonna curse her out when I suddenly felt a burst of heat at my back. Magic crackled through the air so intensely that we all needed to step away from it. Ma stood stock still, a murderous gaze burning through the white sparks coming from his chest. Power strained against the collar on his neck, as he fought with everything he had to break it. This woman had made him kill the last member of his own family, after they had been tortured. No one would blame him for lashing out. But I needed to stop him. Don't, I shouted, only to get knocked back by another burst of heat. I'd heard rumors of this happening, but I'd never seen it in person before. Every supernatural creature has an internal magic source. Once that source runs dry, they die. How powerful they are depends on how much magic they hold. Only, on very rare occasions, a weaker creature could temporarily become 1,000 times stronger. Their internal magic becomes unstable. The power leaks out, becoming a deadly force impossible to contain. Sometimes the creature can control it enough to create miracles. All rules and logic related to magic are tossed aside whenever someone goes far enough to burn up their own soul. That was what it looked like to me. A blinding white flame of pure heat and rage engulfed Moss, his black collar burning away within seconds. Jessie was too stunned to move. I yelled at Moss to stop, as if it wasn't already too late. The flames made my eyes water, and burned my fingertips when I got too close. He lashed out at Jessie first. A long vine shot out, stabbing into her chest. Within a second, she was covered in white flames that quickly spread to the walls next to her. August knew we needed to get out of there. Jessie had been standing in the only doorway that was now burning. He dragged us to a wall. With the tip of his claw, he scratched a crude rectangle that would be our way out. He didn't have a key on hand, so instead he shoved his clawed hand into the wall, pouring in magic to create a spell. He didn't have enough power to go very far. My guess was he aimed to connect this makeshift door to the main lab entrance, to get us at least 3 floors away from the flames. A small spark landed on his shoulder, instantly burning away part of his shirt and flesh. He didn't notice. He just opened the connection and shoved us through. At the same time we went through the door, Moss's magic exploded. He destroyed the door that had just been used. I've never heard of someone being stuck between connections. If we were a millisecond slower, I don't know what would have happened. The spell got scrambled, and it caused us to be spit out a few feet off the ground outside the lab. Landing on the forest floor hurt, but I was glad we ended up where we did. A sea of white flames tore through the entire lab. It shot up into the sky, setting the trees ablaze. April screamed and huddled down with her hands over her head, trying to stay away from the fire. She was an insect, so naturally she hated flames. The fact that these were made of pure magic would put anyone on edge. A long shape burst out of the ground, rolling in the sky with a loud roar that shook us to the bones. Moss had transformed into a fiery, wingless dragon. His head was made up of twisted branches and vines, with the rest of his body the pure, white, dangerous flames. Soon they burned away, revealing a long, shimmering form, composed of different colored leaves. His internal magic was still going crazy. I couldn't judge how long he had left. Maybe 10 minutes at the most. I watched him tear through the sky, swooping down to rip trees out of the soil. He was lashing out at anything alive. Yes, I was scared to death of him and what he had become. But at the same time, I felt a deep sadness at what happened. He could have used the power he gained by burning his soul to transform into anything. Why did he become a dragon? Because they look cool. It was such a simple, childish action that it didn't match the rage he displayed. I grabbed hold of April to get her to move. I had an office key in my pocket to get us out of there, but no doorway to use. We didn't have time to think. Moss noticed us through the trees. He wasn't in his right mind anymore. Anything alive was an enemy. Moss only had a short while to live, and he planned on causing as much damage as possible. With such a terrifying beast coming down on us, we didn't have that many options. April was so scared she froze. The heat and rage coming from Moss were enough to tear through anything nearby. Behind us stood 2 trees with a branch coming out between them. It was good enough to use as a doorway. August stood in front, his human face burning away. Long, dark claws ripped through his skin, ready to defend against a monster he had no chance at beating. I turned on my heel, dragging April towards the trees. My body felt heavy as we moved. It hurt so much to turn my back on a friend. I knew this was what he wanted. August would do anything to keep his little sister alive. I shoved the key in and turned it. An uneven connection was made. A blast of heat and magic hit us so hard we ended up rolling into the office through the doorway. April crashed into a desk hard enough to knock it over. We were a few feet away, and I had let go of the key. I needed to grab hold of it again to remove it to close the connection. I rolled back to my feet, only to have something come flying through the doorway to knock me back to the ground. Carefully, I pushed August off, his chest still smoking from the burst of magic, and his body limp. He was alive, but badly injured. April got up and dragged him further into the office just in time. Moss's large head shoved its way through the door, his body getting stuck for the moment. His deadly jaws snapped at our feet, eyes glowing a deep blue, narrowed in hatred. My mind raced. He thrashed hard enough to create cracks along the doorway. If he broke that connection, it would cause an explosion that would kill us. If he somehow got through, we were dead. Simple as that. And he could rip through the office, killing anyone inside for a few minutes until he burned out. Or he could shoot a blast of magic that could destroy whatever was nearby. Like us. I heard a woman scream. A dark-haired office worker bravely rushed to help April. Because I opened this doorway, I might be the cause of her death. Who else was in the office? Klaus? Was he strong enough to live through this? Lupa might be, but he would never put himself in danger. No matter how hard I tried to think, there was only one option. April screamed at me to stop when she saw what I was doing. I ran towards the doorway, dodging teeth just long enough to touch the connection. Moss turned his head, to sink his jaws deep into my stomach. The wind was knocked out of me. I thought I might die from the pain, and yet I pushed on. I focused on looking at the thousands of thread that made up the spell work. If I could find the right one and cut off the connection properly, it would be like gently closing the door. No explosion. A hard thing to do with a set of teeth grinding at my internal organs. I pushed harder, getting lost in the sea of threads. My eyes watered, and they felt like they would burst. The pain in my head overtook the feeling in my stomach. And all at once, things around me snapped. I found myself standing alone in an empty office. The silence was the most frightening thing I'd ever experienced. I strained my eyesight so much I broke it. At that moment, I could not interact with the supernatural. All magic was gone from my life. I could have walked away. The wound in my stomach had been caused by a creature that no longer existed to me. If I accepted that, I could have lived a normal life. Something my mother always wanted for me, and yet knew I could never have. Ah, to hell with that. I wasn't going to live if that meant leaving a mess behind for the people I cared about. I reached out, grabbing a hold of an invisible thread. All at once, the teeth came back. All the noise and all the horrors hit me at once. But I refused to back down. I just needed to close off the spell. The connection snapped shut, cutting off Moss's head from his body. His magic faltered. He did not remove his jaws from my insides. I felt the strength fade from my limbs. Slowly, I leaned down to rest against the head of the creature that was going to take my life. A pool of blood flowed down from the wounds to my feet. It felt warm. I was so damn tired. I wanted to sleep. Slowly, I found myself petting the rough skin, as if Moss were a cute dog and not a wild beast. Faintly, a thought came to mind. I wanted to know what Moss's real name was. It was a shame he would die without it being known. My eyes refused to open. A scent that reminded me of a summer field came over my senses. If this was the afterlife, it wasn't too bad. A faint whisper came on the air. It was a word I couldn't pronounce. It sounded like a warm breeze, which calmed my heart, and yet felt a little sad at the same time. I should have died. I should have died a lot of times by now. This was the first time I opened my eyes again, with them wet with tears. When a supernatural creature burns up their soul for power, they can go against all rules and logic of magic. Like healing someone from an almost sure death. My clothing had been trashed. A fresh set was next to me for when I woke up. I wasn't in the medical room in the office. Instead, I was on a cot in the room where I normally made reports. With some effort, I changed and then sat at the table. I wanted to get up to see if August and April were alright. My body simply refused to move. The door opened. Klaus walked inside, his dress shirt half tucked in. He must have been called into the office on short notice. I expected him to be angry. Instead, he placed a hand on my shoulder. "Is everyone okay?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "Yes. August is resting. I know you're tired, but I need you to do something for me." I was too weak to refuse. He took my hand and placed it on his chest. I was confused, and then suddenly was tossed into a sea of magic, similar to how it looked when I tried to find the spell threads of the doorway. Soon I realized that Klaus had opened up to let me see his internal magic source. It was deep. He might be one of the strongest people I'd met, if not one of the strongest within the corporation. Something inside that sea started to take shape. A word? No. A sound. I clued into what he was trying to show me. I drew back in a panic. I gasped in air, hands shaking. My vision returned to see him smiling normally, as if he hadn't done something humans don't have the proper words to describe. That was... We're not close. Why did you almost show me your true name? I felt almost dirty. I pressed my hand against my own chest, trying to stay away from him. A true name was something so important to a supernatural creature that if someone knew it, they could completely control them. Most creatures spent their entire lives without letting it be known. There should be no reason why Klaus would ever share it with me. "Richmond, was your mother's maiden name Doherty?" he asked, avoiding my questions. It felt like I was sinking down into the chair from such a simple question. It was just a last name. One that my mother ran from for her entire life. I had changed my last name so many times, and yet I never forgot the one she made me promise to never use. How? My throat became too dry to speak. I suddenly regretted asking him to elaborate. I wanted to get out of the room, and far away from what Klaus would say next. A European hunter family has been using the name Doherty. There was a rumor a woman fled the family while pregnant a few years back, he said in an even tone, trying not to upset me. It was as if the walls had started to close in. Suddenly, I was forced to face the facts I'd been denying my entire life. A hunter family was different from the hunter organization. The hunter group would take in any human who hated supernatural creatures and would toss away their life to kill them. A hunter family had the same goals. However, they would do anything to achieve them. They selectively had children who had the most desirable traits. From the moment they were born, they were raised to hunt down monsters. Hunter families were made up of strict traditions that created living weapons. I was stupid to ever let myself assume my sight was just an accident. That any human could have this kind of control over magic without generations of effort. My mother did everything she could to leave that life behind. She always told me my father was a random one-night stand. How true was that? Was it her choice or her family's for her to get pregnant? I couldn't breathe. I got to my feet. A wheezing sound came any time I inhaled. I had come from a family line that slaughtered thousands, if not more, supernatural creatures. Not just the dangerous ones, but innocent people, just because they weren't fully human. If anyone knew my true bloodline, they would rightfully hate me. I was no better than the ones who sold Moss's family to the hunters. No. Where I came from was worse. I choked out to Klaus as panic took over. Did he think I kept this all a secret on purpose? That I took a job as a contract worker to take down the corporation from the inside? Anyone who found out about my real last name would never trust me. Hey, it's fine. Sit down for a minute. He was gentle and carefully got me back into the chair. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't get enough air in my lungs. I felt his hand on my back. With some effort, he got me to drink some water. I don't believe you have anything to do with that family. You had a chance to see my true name. You refused. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a bit of a big deal. Having control over my power is more than any hunter could ever hope to accomplish. I finally calmed down enough to think clearly. He was right. If I had his true name, I could either do a great deal of damage to the corporation or kill him. His death would be a massive blow on its own. In general, the hunter families played nice with the corporation and worked with them to defeat end-of-world threats. But if they had the strength to take over, then the hunters would do so in a heartbeat. You seem a bit overconfident, I said, trying to make a joke to lighten the mood. No, just stating facts, he replied with a smile. When you were as strong as him, you were able to say those kinds of things. Klaus took a sharp inhale through his scarred lips and carried on. I fully trust you, and I'll make that known. I won't tell a soul what family you're related to. However, a few rumors have started. No regular human should have the power you do. Hunter families have hurt a great deal of agents and contract workers. That has caused blind hatred. No matter what I say or what you do, some will not see past something as minor as last name. I sank into the chair, letting those words roll around in my head for a minute. There would be no avoiding the rumors. He would do his best to keep them under control, but I had cut off a doorway spell. I'd never heard of anyone shutting a spell down without backlash. And what about the family I came from? If they heard about this, they might come and try to take this power for themselves. I might be too far gone for them to fully control, but they might do other things to try and use me to create a desired offspring. All of this was a mess. The door opened as April interrupted our conversation. You better not be making out in there. Richie's taken, she hissed at Klaus. I was glad she was protective of me, even though her concern was misguided. Klaus laughed off her compliment and then went to a mini-fridge in the corner. He pulled out 3 small containers of ice cream to hand to her. Go see how your brother's doing, he told her. Our conversation was done. I stood up, unsure of what my future would be like from now on. He needed to make some reports and talk to some very powerful people about what he'd learned. I followed behind April to the medical room, my pace slowing to a stop. She noticed and waited for me to speak up. "If I tell you something, can you keep a secret?" I asked her. "Depends," she said slowly. Even though that was her answer, I knew I could trust her. "I'm from a hunter family," I said, my nerves on edge, waiting for her response. There was a chance she would find out the truth after the rumor started to spread. I didn't want her to think I was hiding things from her. "Well, duh." April shrugged and carried on. For a moment, a weight was lifted from my chest. It was obvious to everyone but myself that I just wasn't normal. She still cared for me, regardless of that. We didn't speak again until we arrived at the small medical room. August was resting in a bed. His chest was so still that it worried me. April sat in a chair beside him, her knees tucked up and her bare feet on the chair. She handed 2 of the small ice creams and kept one for herself, but didn't start eating. August looked terrible. His internal magic source was weak. It would take him months to fully recover from this. I feared he would be tossed right back into a job too soon. To the corporation, he was just a resource they bought and could use up. "This is my fault. August was the strongest in our village, and now look at him," April said, in a small voice that didn't suit her at all. I wanted to refuse that statement, but I knew it would just upset her. "What happened?" I asked. She took a few minutes to respond and collect her words. "Humans wanted our mountain for a ski resort. We were told ahead of time, and we could have left. We had lived and died there for generations. We couldn't leave behind our land and the ones we buried on the mountain. The humans hired hunters and then waited until August was away from the village. By the time he came back, everyone had been killed except for me. He knew how valuable he was alive. In exchange for my life, he let that collar be placed around our necks." I listened to her speak, then offered my hand for her to take. Tears came to her eyes that she tried to hide by pressing her face into her knees. "If I died sooner, he wouldn't have had to go through all this. Or if I wasn't born in the first place." I screamed at him to let me die on that mountain with everyone else. Why didn't he listen to what I wanted for once in his stupid life? This had been what tore them apart after their family had been killed. April saw what August went through, and she blamed herself. Deep down, she didn't think she deserved to be saved. So, she went so far as to say he was dead to her. Creating distance between them had been easier than facing her feelings. "Sometimes big brothers need to be the bad guy. It's our job." August had woken up while she spoke. He weakly sat up, his face pale and bags under his eyes. He was wearing a loose shirt that showed his insect-like body. Only his human face had returned. It would take a bit longer for him to recover enough to be able to fully transform back into a human disguise. April's face turned red. She sputtered, trying to think of something to say to him. Instead, she threw her ice cream container at his face and stormed off. She wasn't the best at expressing her emotions. Maybe someday she would figure it out. I found some napkins to help August clean off the melted ice cream from his hair, and let him lay back down. He weakly thanked me for taking care of her. He asked about Moss, sounding like he could barely stay awake. I didn't tell him much of what happened. Only that everything turned out fine and no one died when we got into the office. I reached out to take his cold hand with both of my own, trying to warm it up. His clawed hands were smooth and sharp. I couldn't get over how fragile he appeared. How was I ever afraid of him when we'd first met? "I need to tell you something," I told him. August kept his eyes closed, but he nodded. "I'm from a hunter family. They use the last name Doherty. I honestly wasn't trying to hide that from everyone. I didn't want to accept it." I expected him to pull away, He'd lost everything because of some hired hunters. One of my family members might have been the ones who destroyed his village. That's a silly last name. You would think they would use something more menacing. Makes them sound like they punch dough for a living. August said, his voice weak. I laughed. I couldn't help myself. A mixture of emotions hit me so hard that I leaned down to rest my head against the bed. I'm scared of becoming a monster, I softly admitted. I had tried so hard to help people, and yet I'd done nothing but watch August slowly die in front of me every time we worked together. Bad people don't worry about being a bad person, he said. I lifted my head enough to see a tired, dimpled smile. I felt terrible he'd gotten his ass kicked that day, and I was trying to use him for emotional support. I should be letting him rest. Do you want your ice cream? I offered. Yes, please. And I want yours too. He did give out some solid advice, so I handed it over. I couldn't do much for him, and hanging around for too long would keep August awake. I made sure he was fine before leaving. I walked out through the office, pausing to watch people tidy up the area we trashed. If I hadn't been born with these skills, a lot of people would have died today. I couldn't help but think how things would have been different if my mother hadn't run away, or if I hadn't been born at all. Was she happy with her choices and the life she led? Had I done more harm than good by just being here? I left the office, not stopping to talk to anyone. I simply had too many thoughts swimming through my head. I wanted to call Ito, to just spend the night and forget things for a while. My finger hovered over the call button. In the end, I spent the night alone. I knew if I leaned too heavily on him, it wouldn't be good for either of us. Things would be changing for me after today, no matter how much I wanted it all to stay the same. I just hoped the people I cared about stayed in my life. A week went by without a single job. Not even an email about medical plant collection or a lost supernatural creature. Nothing. August took some time off to recover. I didn't want to go over and bother him. I spent most of my days picking up trash in the neighborhood. Allie had already moved on. He didn't like staying in one spot for too long. He promised we would see each other again at some point. I called people looking for work. Harp replied, but asked if we could meet. I hadn't seen her in a while. I thought seeing a friend would be nice. The moment I saw her waiting in the dark park, I knew this wouldn't just be a pleasant catch-up. You look terrible. Have you been getting enough sleep? She said, but her voice sounded forced. I'm fine. Just a lot of weird jobs lately. I shrugged. I hadn't looked at myself recently. My hair needed to be cut. I bet I could use some new clothing as well. Are you part of a hunter bloodline? She said, getting right down to the reason why she wanted to meet. I expected people to ask this question, and yet I didn't have the words ready. Guilt was heavy in my stomach as she waited for my answer. Yes. I wasn't raised in the family. My mother wanted to forget her past. I wasn't trying to hide anything. I just never considered myself one of them. She took a deep breath, letting that sink in. We were friends. If I had wanted children, we could have been more than that. Her hatred for hunters conflicted against how she cared for me. I believe you. I know you have nothing to do with them. I'm having a hard time with this. I understood that. I was glad Harp wanted to clear the air in person. I would never force her to keep being friends. She could take as much time as she needed to get her feelings in order. She leaned down to offer a hug that may have been the last one I'd ever receive. I let her go, wondering if we'd ever work together again. I headed back to my apartment, feeling utterly sorry for myself. I needed a distraction. Thankfully, April had responded to my texts. We exchanged a few cat memes, then suddenly she said she needed to go. She must have gotten a job somewhere. Then someone I had been avoiding called. Dr. Philo said he had an opening in his schedule. He was going to come by to check on my leg, regardless of how I felt. Within the next few minutes, he was pounding at my door, making it impossible to ignore him. "You should make appointments for checkups more often," he scolded after walking inside. He adjusted his mask, then set down a heavy bag of tools. I should have had the cash on hand to pay for this visit. I had done a lot of high-paying jobs recently, but at this rate, I would finish paying off one leg for it to be replaced with a new one. Now I always felt a dull pain from it that went up to my hips. With everything else going on, I could easily ignore it. It wasn't a very good sign, though. "I've been busy," I defended myself. He raised his eyebrows in a way that expressed how he felt about that comment. "I'm surprised you're even home right now. Your leg must be bad enough to not accept the current job that has your friends running around." I had sat down and lifted my bad leg for him to look over. When I didn't reply, he realized he'd said the wrong thing. I hadn't been called, and yet there was a big job happening. He sighed and stood up, already giving up on any progress. "Are you going to start calling people now, demanding information?" he asked with his arms crossed. "This would go faster if you just told me what you knew," I told him, standing up and walking towards the door. "The hospital's on lockdown. You might know the creature causing problems. I'll tell you the location. I don't know much more than that." I thanked him, trying to stay calm. This was clearly why April had stopped texting. And from the look of things, everyone wanted me to stay away. Why, though? I've heard of supernatural creatures snapping and going feral. It was one of the reasons why agents worked in pairs. I thought hard on trying to figure out who I knew that would even start a problem like this. Dr. Philo created a connection to the hospital. I wasted no time running down the hallways, pushing past people who were evacuating patients. I focused my sight looking for magic sources I recognized. April and August were here one floor above me. They were waiting outside a room with another creature pacing. Was it just one creature? It looked like it had two smaller sources of magic feeding off of it. No, wait. They were joined together. My leg screamed in pain when I ran up the stairs. I needed to ignore it. I turned the corner, nearly knocking Evie over in the process. "What are you doing here?" she hissed at me. I could have asked her the same thing. August and April looked at each other to see who might have secretly called me. "Who's inside that room?" I asked her, out of breath. "We can handle this. You need to leave," August said, in a gentle yet stern tone. He moved in front of a small shape on the ground, as if trying to hide it. I took a step back when I saw a bundle of empty clothing laid on the floor, as if someone had melted out of them. They were a pair of blue scrubs and shoes next to a wheelchair. He wanted to hide the name tag, but was too late. Gina. I'd only met her once, yet everything snapped into place. My body moved on its own. They all reached out to stop me, but I opened the door to the hospital room to see who was inside. Jacob stood there, his long hair swaying in the breeze from an open window. He had his hand on the chest of a person resting in the bed. I felt August grab me from behind to start dragging me out of the room. I stood firm to watch what was happening. We'd walked into the middle of a gruesome and yet almost peaceful transformation. Small vines came from Jacob's palm, sinking into his sleeping mother's chest. They took over her body in seconds. A bulb appeared on the side of his face, as he drained away the body in front of him. A bright blue flower opened up, as the vines died off, crumbling away and leaving nothing behind. The person who he loved the most had been absorbed into him. He looked over his shoulder, his eyes dull. His cold grin froze my feet to the spot. When Jacob had been infected, the plant transformed him into something inhuman. At first, he hadn't appeared dangerous, so no one watched him properly, which caused him to slip away. What he had done wasn't out of malice. By absorbing others, he could be with them forever. However, they would lose their humanity. If he lashed out, there was a chance he could infect the entire hospital. August and April had been ordered to not confront him until people had been evacuated. As a result, his mother had been a sacrifice. Jacob knew he couldn't deal with the four of us. Since the building was mostly emptied out, there was no point to him staying there. He easily slipped through the window and out of sight. I pushed out of August's grasp to follow after him, without a single logical thought going through my mind. We were 6 floors up. Normally, I would have broken something. But there was a forest by the hospital. It was a stretch, but I pulled enough magic from the air to cushion my fall. If we were in the middle of a city, I would have been screwed. Jacob landed first, running like the devil off into the woods. If he put down roots, he could drain the entire forest dry, making him impossible to deal with. We needed to stop him before he became a bigger problem. I ran hard, pulling every ounce of magic out of the ground with each step, leaving dead soil behind. As a result, I moved faster than any human should. Every muscle strained against the motion, as some started to tear. Faintly, I felt the pain. I knew it was there. I just was far more focused on catching up. Jacob finally stopped before my body gave out. August and April were a few seconds behind us. He spun around to face me, an expression of pure joy over his face. "Come and join me. We'll be friends forever," he cheered, as he spun gracefully on the spot. He looked like a child. Any stress had faded with his humanity. Now, he only wanted to add new additions to his body, unaware that he killed the person in the process. A chill ran down my spine when I thought of what it would be like to become a part of him. Everything that made you a person would be lost, only to become a simple flower blooming on the side of his face. A vine shot out, latching on my arm to start the transformation. He wanted to drain my life force. Instead, I started pulling power from him through the connection. I wanted to rip away all the magic out of his system. Maybe if he was fully drained, he would turn back to normal. I wanted to see the moody yet well-meaning kid I'd saved from the bug hotel. Whatever he was now was simply not the person I knew. August arrived carrying Evie. He stood in front of April, defending her from more vines. He was too busy protecting the girls to do anything else. When the vines buried themselves into his flesh, they shriveled up and died off. His blood protected him from poisons or infections. For some odd reason, it wasn't the same for April. The vines struggled, but were able to latch onto her arm for a second, until she ripped them off. Her magic always appeared slightly different than August. I didn't consider the idea she may be a mixed breed. Due to that, August needed to fight extra hard to protect her from being a part of Jacob. He noticed his attack wasn't working on me. He cut off the vine, which caused me to close the distance between us. I grabbed his arm, pulling out as much magic as possible, determined to turn him back. He let out a yelp of pain. His arm shriveled up and broke off. He backed up, creating a wall of plant matter between us that shot up from the ground. By the time I ripped through it, he drained enough power from the forest to regrow his arm. I went for him again, blinded from what I was actually doing. He flinched away, looking scared. That reaction hit me hard. He was frightened of me. Of course he was. If I drained all his magic away, he would die. He wasn't human anymore. Nothing I did would change that. I lowered my hands. Jacob backed away, his eyes darting around and considering his options. He already had roots down. If he followed through becoming one with the forest, we would be forced to kill him. I doubted the four of us could handle that much power, though. People would die if he went down that path. I hated myself for almost forcing him into that. "You want to be friends, right?" I asked him, my chest aching so much it felt like bursting. He slowly nodded, too trusting for his own good. "I'll let you have me. Just let me give you a hug first," I offered. Any fear he held instantly faded. He accepted the request and fell into my arms, letting me hold him. "You did something nice for me before I was like this, right?" he said as I kept a tight hold of him, unaware of my plan. "I think I always wanted to be friends with you." Jacob tried to pull away, but I didn't let him. I needed to hold him still. After all, there was a reason why Evie was here. He finally noticed something was amiss when he felt a pressure around his neck. "I'm so sorry," I whispered to him, knowing he would never be able to forgive me. He let out a small, strangled gasp of air as the spell began to tighten. He kicked, unable to get away no matter how hard he struggled. His teeth came down on my shoulder, drawing blood. I refused to let go. The process might have only taken a few minutes, but it felt like hours. Finally, the spell clicked into place and his body fell limp. Carefully, I placed him on the ground, watching him weakly gasp for air. A new black band settled on his neck. "This was the best outcome for him," August said, leaning over to see how I was doing. Depending on how strong Jacob was, he could be put to work fighting monsters. With the wrong handler, all of his freedoms could be taken away. August and April were lucky they had Evie. But she was just one person. She might not be able to watch over another creature. It was possible Jacob would be passed along to whoever was willing to pay the right price for him. I felt my hand twitch. I wanted to do something. I didn't know what, though. I stood up and saw a nearby tree. An emotion I'd never felt before took over. Without a second thought, I lashed out, punching the trunk as hard as I could. The impact blew a chunk out of it. Seconds later, the tree crashed down away from us, the noises echoing through the normally quiet forest. Glancing over, I saw April hiding behind Evie, as if she was scared of what she just saw. I flexed my hand, surprised I only tore up the knuckles without breaking anything. "I think I need to go," I told them. August called after me, but he didn't stop me from leaving. I don't remember much of what I did for the rest of the day. I walked around completely randomly, a swarm of thoughts buzzing through my head, until I finally got back to my apartment. I should have called Dr. Philo to finish his checkup. I knew that, and I didn't listen to that thought. I sat on my bed, my arms resting on knees I tucked up to my chest. A strange popping sound brought me back to my senses. I was confused to see my index finger red and swollen. The pain was there, and yet, at the same time, I didn't feel it. Slowly, I watched my right hand take hold of my left middle finger and pull until something snapped. I watched it happen, unable to take control. The sight of two broken fingers almost felt right. Somehow, I needed to do that. I didn't break anything after punching the tree, and I felt disappointed. What the hell is wrong with me? I didn't even recognize my own voice. Slowly, I laid down on my side, thinking I just needed to sleep. Hours ticked by. My finger started to change from red to blue. I didn't move. I couldn't sleep. 1,000 thoughts came to mind. I should call someone. No, that was a bad idea. I couldn't risk taking my emotions out on anyone. A knock came from the door. Ignore it, I told myself. They'll go away. Just stay in bed. Don't talk to anyone right now. My cell phone started to ring. I let it go to voicemail. The person outside my door spoke to leave a message. Since my apartment was so small, I could easily hear who it was. My will finally gave out. It was as if I was watching my body stand up to open the front door. If I just focused, I could have stopped what was going to happen. But I didn't. August called. He said you had a rough day. Ito looked like he had just gotten off a job. A slight crack on the side of his perfect face and his suit covered in dust. He'd come by so we could talk. Or maybe August had sent him over, to make sure I hadn't done anything stupid. He spotted my hands, then carefully took the left one with his own. "What happened?" he said, clearly concerned. Leaning over, I brought him in for a kiss. "Stay with me tonight?" I asked. His jaw tightened at the suggestion. He thought of a million excuses to leave, but didn't say a single one. Ito wasn't dragged inside my apartment. I didn't ask him twice. He could have left at any time. He stayed because he was a good person. He knew what I asked for wasn't healthy and gave in anyway. I was the one who crossed all the lines he set that night. The light stayed on so he could see all the scars I tried to hide. I whispered words of affection he didn't want to hear. I made it impossible for him to consider our relationship as just a casual fling. And I hated myself for it. Ito left silently in the morning, without a conversation about what happened. I heard the front door close behind him while I pretended to be asleep. Hours went by. I just stayed in bed waiting for a text I knew was coming. Around noon, my cell phone went off. "Let's take a break." Ito was too kind-hearted. He knew I needed him more than he needed me. He wasn't ready for what I wanted, and it was unfair if we kept seeing each other. That was clear from the start. I was the one who didn't accept those facts. While I was asleep, he'd wrap my fingers. They still needed to be properly treated, but it was something. I raised my hands to look at them, bandaged and sore. What the hell is wrong with me? I asked myself again to an empty apartment. I didn't think I would get any answers to that question. For now, I needed to get cleaned up and keep working. It was the only thing I could do. The past few days, I've moved through life like a zombie. I finished a handful of easy jobs, well aware that other contract workers whispered to each other when they assumed I wasn't looking. August and April were busy with other tasks, so I had no one willing to work with me. At least the jobs were mostly harmless. Dr. Philo rewrapped my bad leg, warning how it should be replaced soon. He poked around, asking about my personal life. I gave him one-word answers, feeling far too exhausted to get into details. Out of the blue, August called, asking if I could go over to his place. He said he wanted to go on a short trip with me, and that I should wear warm clothing. I should have refused, so he wouldn't have to deal with my bad mood. He threatened to drag me out of bed if I didn't come over. Since I didn't have much of a choice, I got dressed, feeling slightly lightheaded. He took one look at me and decided to make breakfast. I'd been showering, so I didn't think I looked as bad as I felt. He forced me to sit down at the kitchen table while he fried some eggs. August had learned how to make some very simple dishes. He set the plate in front of me and then got started putting together some lunch. I could only have a few bites of eggs with toast before my stomach started to hurt. I rested my head on the table, wanting to just roll over and die. "What's gotten you so moody?" August finally asked. "I got dumped," I said, realizing he was the first person I'd told. He stopped working and wiped his hands on a tablecloth. He walked over behind my chair to lean down, hugging my shoulders. "I'm sorry, sweetheart," he said, sounding like a father comforting a heartbroken teenage daughter. I barely made an effort to shrug him away. I knew he wanted to make me feel better, but it didn't help. I felt him press his face against the side of my head, making slurping sounds. "What are you doing?" I asked, too tired to push him away. "Eating your brains," he answered, pausing in his efforts. Not much in here." I finally pushed him aside. He laughed at his own joke and then got a cup of coffee. He said it in front of me and got back to work on making lunches. Ito's an agent. He could die at any moment while working. He must have broken it off between you two before you got too attached, August said as I nodded along. I understood that. The facts didn't stop me from being depressed. I knew in the long run it would be better for both of us. Did you have a partner that passed away? August commented over his shoulder. My stomach tightened. I didn't like talking about her or what had happened. The fact I'd worked with someone else 2 years ago wasn't hard information to find, even though I rarely talked about it. I heard you were injured, but you took some time off because her death was hard on you? How would you react if something happened to Ito? You're hurting now, but it was his choice to not cause more pain in the future. I'm aware of that. It's just... I started to speak and paused to take a sip of coffee. No, that wasn't coffee. I don't know what that was. A taste I couldn't describe hit me like a truck, as I saw a swirl of strange colors. I coughed, spitting out the foul liquid. I don't know how to make coffee, August admitted, with a smile that looked more like a grimace. He reminded me of a dog that got caught doing something it shouldn't. He went to dump the mug out, but I told him to save it and give it to the corporation as some sort of biological weapon. I realize it'll be painful to lose him. I think it would be worth it, though, I said after I'd recovered. Whatever he put in that mug cleared my brain enough to collect my thoughts for the first time in a while. You might be strong enough, but is Ito? Are you going to force him into something he's not emotionally ready for? He pointed out. I leaned back in my chair, feeling so stupid I didn't consider that. With a long sigh, I scrubbed my face against my palms in frustration. August finished putting our lunches together and handed over a bag of food. He was ready to go, and wanted to be done dealing with my personal life. You should send him a message. Explain that you can handle the pain of losing him, but make it clear you'll accept the fact he may not do the same. The worst thing you can do is pressure him into something he doesn't want to make you happy. This might be Ito's first relationship. So far, I think you two are doing just fine. I felt like a fog temporarily cleared from my mind. I'd been moping around for so long, it kept me from actually thinking properly. You're a good dad, I said to him. We stopped by the door to get our jackets on. August paused as if I had said something wrong. Speaking of which, where's Lucas? I asked, looking for a pair of small shoes near the door. He's with his relatives today. He refused to elaborate. I decided not to press the matter. I'd been too focused on my own issues, I hadn't been paying attention to his. He hadn't told me much about what was going on with him and Lucas. As far as I knew, he still had him on the weekends, and had been working hard on changing that. I suddenly felt like a bad friend. Sure, August would gladly eat me if I died, but at least he was willing to wait. I should really start treating him better. August created a doorway to a new location. It was cold, but manageable. I stepped out into some light snow, tightening my jacket. I didn't bring gloves, which August noticed. He pulled out a pair and helped me put them on as his dad reflexes kicked in. I let him, but flinched when my bruised fingers bent. I knew Dr. Philo had access to magic bandages that healed faster. However, the broken bones recovered sooner than I expected. We need to get up the side of the mountain. You'll be too slow. I need to carry you, he explained. I frowned, glancing around to look for any witnesses. We were on a snowy slope with patches of trees. In front of us was a sparkling mountain with the wind starting to pick up. He was right. I would never be able to walk up there without help. He got on one knee so I could climb on his back. August easily took off, running through the snow or jumping between the trees. The cool breeze felt nice on my face. This place had pure, clean air that was perfect for supernatural creatures. We'd only been here for a short while, but August seemed to be recovering some of his internal magic source. As we moved, I saw glimpses of some buildings through the trees. Normally, humans didn't live in magic-rich places like this. It attracted many dangerous creatures. I couldn't get a clear look at how many buildings there were in the distance, or what kind they were. It only took us 10 minutes to get halfway up the mountain. I found it slightly hard to breathe, but it was manageable. August wasn't wearing shoes, which helped him jump between small ledges. His clawed hands jabbed into the rocks, climbing as if he had done this 100 times before. We entered a narrow opening to see a small cave, glowing blue with an unknown light source. So far, August hadn't told me the reason why we were here. He went over to the back wall of the cave, placing a clawed hand on the smooth rock. Delicate, odd symbols appeared across the rocks, creating an outline of a door. He nodded and walked forward, sinking into the stone. I followed behind, unsure of what to expect. I nearly walked off a small platform. A set of spiral stairs curved along the wall, so far down I couldn't see the bottom. Along the walls were carved out holes in the rock, covered with black fabric. Before I could ask what this place was, August picked me up, so we could take the fastest way down. If I wasn't so shocked, I would have screamed. I swear we fell for a full 5 minutes. We slowed before hitting the ground and gently landed. August needed to hold me up because my knees refused to stop shaking. He smiled, amused with himself. When I could walk again, he brought me over to a black-covered shape. Carefully, he lifted the dusty fabric to show what was hidden underneath. The beauty of it took my breath away. A crystallized figure rested against a rock, as if they had simply fallen asleep. They had the same claws and insect features August did. The long hair shimmered like silver spider webs. A set of 4 delicate, dragonfly-like wings were tucked against their body. There was no internal magic source. This creature had passed away a long time ago. "This is my great-grandmother," August explained. I looked around, realizing that this place was filled with more bodies like this one. "I heard you're in debt." I turned my head back towards August. I understood why he would ask such a question, but I was still confused about why we'd come here. Bodies of powerful, supernatural creatures were in high demand. Even after their internal magic gets used up, their flesh and bones can still be used in spells, or formed into weapons. If August sold a pure body like this one, I could pay off my debt 10 times over. "This is your family. You shouldn't have even brought me here. What's going on?" He didn't show any signs of distress, no matter how hard I looked. "I have a dangerous job. If I die, I want to have someone I can trust with all this until April is ready. But if possible, I never want to burden her with this. His grave is only a rumor at the moment. If anyone found out it was real, you can imagine how much trouble it would cause the person protecting it." I looked around again, understanding his point. Most people would see these bodies as raw materials. The amount of sheer power that could be produced was hard to imagine. If one person used all of this for their gain, they might be able to take over the world 100 times over. People have killed for a fraction of this kind of magic. I'm the only one who can open the door. If I die without giving someone access here, it'll be sealed forever. Wouldn't the right automatically be passed to April? I wondered out loud. We don't share fathers. That made sense. I hadn't been thinking properly lately. They were half-siblings, but not once did he treat her any differently. Even though this grave belonged to his species, he loved his sister so much that he didn't want to burden her with it. Are you sure you can trust me? I mean, could turn around and sell even 10 of your dead family members and solve all my problems. I gestured around us. What do you think would happen if the corporation got a hold of even half these bodies? He pressed. I stopped to think for a moment. It didn't take very long to figure out how terrible of an outcome that would be. They might be able to completely control a few worlds worth of supernatural creatures. I don't know how I feel about that. I hate how often agents die to protect humans. If they had this power, I know they would start killing off creatures that need to feed on humans to live. People like you would be slaughtered. They've always said they simply want to protect the balance between creatures and humans. But I feel like they love humans too much. It's complicated. I don't have the answers. I wouldn't be comfortable giving anyone access to any of this. Even with good intentions. It would just lead to problems. I've seen both sides suffer. People much smarter than myself had thought their entire lives about how monsters and humans could live together. From my experience, letting one side have power over the other did not solve anything. Have you talked to April about all this? Wouldn't she be upset that you gave this responsibility to me? I asked him, wondering what her opinion was on all this. She's always known about the graves, but she doesn't fully understand how much potential is sealed away here. I asked her what she would do with one body of a crystallized relative, and he trailed off for a second, as if reliving a traumatic event. April said she would eat it, get really big and stomp through a city like Godzilla. Yeah, she couldn't be trusted with this. I held out my hand, showing him I was ready to accept the heavy burden of keeping this grave hidden. The process was simple. He cut part of his palm, then let the blood flow into my cupped hands. It fell into my skin, leaving no traces behind. It was a bit strange that August took me here out of the blue. There was something about him that felt a bit off, but I couldn't figure out what. This was similar to a friend suddenly making a will. Of course, I would think something might be wrong. Once we were done, I needed to climb back onto his back, so he could quickly get us up to the door. August was skilled at climbing, even with the extra weight. Since I'd spent time with him on jobs he wasn't suited for, I didn't realize just how strong he could be. We still needed to get back down the mountain after leaving the tomb. The fastest way would be to create a door. August didn't mention any other reason why he wanted to come here, so I assumed he would head back home. Instead, he took a running start, jumping off the side of the ledge to get down the mountain the second fastest way. My stomach lifted into my throat as we started to free fall. For a second, before the fear took over, I was able to take in the beauty of the area. The sparkling, snow-covered slope dotted with trees made me realize why his family members wanted to fight to stay here. Even sturdy supernatural creatures would have been harmed falling from such a height. August knew what he was doing. He used his power to slow our fall before we hit the ground, in such a gentle way that I didn't even notice the decrease in speed until we safely landed. It was a very impressive display of control that most people would not have been able to do. I still felt sick from the fall, and once his feet touched the ground, I climbed off his back, and fell backwards into the snow. Our lunch bag landed next to me. I reached for it, but gave up, laying with my arms sprawled out and my eyes closed, embracing the cold on my back. I did think I was going to die when he jumped. My stomach had yet to settle, but for some odd reason I felt more relaxed than I had for weeks. The pain in my bad leg felt so faint it might as well have not been there. "Richie, are you alright?" August asked in a heavy tone. I didn't open my eyes and just nodded. "I don't do well with heights," I admitted. "That's not what I meant," he responded. Glancing up at him, I thought back to everything that had happened recently. It felt like I'd been rotting from the inside, and just did my best to ignore it. Anytime something happened, I risked falling apart. I realized that I'd felt like this since I lost my partner. I tried to pretend I was fine and attempted a normal life. And when that didn't work out, I went back to contract work that put me in danger. Broken bones, near-death experiences, and being scared to death felt right. If the person I cared about the most died because I was weak, why should I have a comfortable life? Was I all right? No. Yeah, I'm fine. I lied. What about you? Feels like something's going on you're not telling me about. I sat up and brushed the snow from my jacket. It warmed up a little since we'd gotten there. Still, I would kill for a hot coffee at that moment. Do you want to see the tree I was born under? We landed near it, he said, refusing to answer my question. Without waiting, he started walking through the trees, heading towards a large pine standing near a clearing. He stopped in front of it to pat the bark. He looked like a person who had just found an old childhood toy. It's a nice looking tree. Can we get back to my question? I pressed after I caught up with him. My species lays an egg under the ground. When I hatched, I had to dig up through the roots. I didn't even have a human body for the first 10 years, he said, then paused for a moment, almost deep in thought. Richmond, I could tell you what's been bothering me, but you wouldn't understand it. I'm not the same as you. We stood a few feet from each other, a cold wind blowing between us. He was right. I would never fully understand what pain he's gone through. I'm human, and he's not. Our lives are very different, but I could still support him if he was going through a hard time. Right now, he was acting like an older brother. He wanted to act like a bad guy, to create distance between us so he wouldn't burden me with his issues. I didn't fully open up to him, so how could I be upset he refused as well? Is this about Lucas? I asked carefully, well aware that if I said the wrong thing at the wrong moment, I would ruin our friendship. I thought he would just dodge any topics he didn't want to address. When his hands turned into claws and August darted forward, ready to rip apart flesh, I was too stunned to react. Warm blood splashed against my back after the attack. Slowly, I turned around to see a body bleeding out on the ground. More figures appeared in the trees. I was confused about how they'd gotten so close. I should have sensed a supernatural threat sooner. They all looked somewhat normal. They were dressed in warm clothing with heavy gloves and reflective goggles, while others simply wore sweaters. Any exposed skin was red from the cold, and some looked like they had frostbite starting at their fingertips. Each held a weapon that looked like just random objects they found. Some with knives, others with large sticks. They weren't a threat to August, but I would have trouble with these numbers. The crowd moved in a zombified state, and yet I couldn't see any traces of a spell controlling them. This was odd. I didn't understand what was going on. Another person darted forward in a weak attack. I easily stepped aside, and then watched in horror as August swiftly sliced through the woman's neck. On reflex, I caught her trying to help, but she was dead within seconds. August, they're human, stop! I told him, frantic. We needed to think things through before acting. He was bound by a collar. If he killed humans without a good reason, the corporation would punish him. 2 days ago, all the humans at the ski lodge nearby disappeared. They assumed April or I were involved with whoever caused the trouble, as revenge for our home being taken away. August explained, but refused to look in my direction. Richmond, leave. I'll take care of things here. I carefully placed the body of the poor woman we were unable to save on the ground. Her blood had seeped into my clothing, and the cold air was already starting to freeze it. If I do that, they won't listen to anything I say. I know you're not working with the person behind all this. If you live through confronting the one who did this, You'll be killed by the corporation, I sternly said. He moved again, far too quickly to stop. Another slash of his claws came down, killing an easy target. Fresh blood dripped from his fingers, with his back facing me. That's the plan. His voice was steady, and it chilled me more than the wind. Like hell to that. You need to stay alive for Lucas. I scolded him as if he were a child. I was so focused on him, I didn't notice someone heading my way with a knife in hand. August did. He lashed out, taking them down, but didn't stop there. I was unable to stop him from killing 3 more people. He paused to take a deep breath, his emotions finally breaking. Lucas won't be coming back home. He's human. I'm not. They decided his biological family would raise him. He sounded so defeated at that moment. No wonder he'd given up. He couldn't handle losing his family again. He assumed April hated him because he didn't fight for their home. He knew she would be fine without him and decided to die, letting people assume it was for revenge. Sure, I had somewhat been acting the same way as him recently, but I refused to leave him here to die. Come on, I'm taking you home, I told him, only to be ignored. He refused to listen, to just stay still. He simply kept digging his grave by killing others. I went to him, grabbing a hold of his arm and using all my strength to try to make him stop. He spun around, slamming his hand hard against a tree. We stood facing each other, specks of blood across his face, half hidden by his wavy hair. Look at me, he demanded. I'm a monster. Accept it. I had a bad habit of turning a blind eye to difficult things to make my life easier. I knew August wasn't human. I didn't know if I accepted what that truly meant, or didn't acknowledge his fault so we could become friends. Humans and monsters should not interact, no matter how much we love each other. It only causes pain. Isn't that the reason why Ito dumped you? He was trying to be cruel, just so I would leave. The words still hurt. Are you just gonna give up? Once you do, there's no turning back. I'm sure we could figure something out. I'll admit, my words sounded weak. A scowl came to his face as he started to snap. Oh, why didn't I think of that? I'll just try harder then. He hissed and turned to take his anger out on the half-frozen targets. It was sickening watching him rip people to pieces, unable to do anything about it. Pent-up anger came out as sloppy attacks. His human mask became more monstrous with each passing second. I've already worked so damn hard, and nothing I do matters. Humans take away everything I care about, and yet I still care about them. I can't have a family because I'm not like what I love, no matter what I do. I can't change what I am. It's so damn frustrating. He paused to try and calm down, his chest heaving with heavy breaths. August gritted his teeth, holding down more rage that threatened to boil over. We both knew he was the best person to raise Lucas, but the higher-ups didn't see that. They only saw a monster around a defenseless human child, and assumed his biological family would be better. The people who didn't even look for Lucas when he went missing. They didn't care what happened to his parents. They only wanted him after they found out how much money he came with. August found the boy. He was Lucas's father the moment they saw each other. I looked away from him, trying to think what I could do. August would be in deep trouble if anyone found out he slaughtered humans he could have easily run from. Should I lie and say I was the one who killed them? And then what? How could we get his son back after dealing with the issue at hand? My chest hurt seeing the gore on the ground he'd created. Then something caught my eye, forcing me to focus on a cracked open skull. There was a glitter of magic, a small thread inside. It took some effort, but I saw more of those threads were woven inside the heads of all the people around us. That was how they were being controlled. They may be alive, but the threads had made them brain-dead puppets. Killing them had been a mercy. Did August already know that? A skilled supernatural doctor would notice the threads if they knew to look. So, August was in the clear. I don't have the answers for you, but I'm not leaving you to die. Mostly because it might be too late now, I told August as I tensed up, waiting for the next threat to arrive. Unlike the human puppets around us, I sensed the new person heading our way. His power looked and felt the same as the magic that ran through the mountain. Even at a distance, I knew this threat was strong. Much stronger than August. He was on his home turf, but he hadn't had much time to recover since we arrived here. You humans always cause so much trouble, August muttered to himself, and turned towards the newcomer. Don't you agree, June? A person walked through the trees, stopping to admire the scene. He was tall and thin, wearing ripped, bloody clothing he'd stolen from a previous victim. The left side of his face had been completely scarred over. His long, wavy, dark hair reached down to his waist, swaying in the cool breeze. His skin appeared stretched over an oddly shaped skeletal structure, aside from his left arm. It was completely transformed into a shiny, black-clawed hand, with joints similar to a doll. Clearly he had been the survivor of the attack that wiped out his entire village. He waited until he was strong enough to take back the mountain, but also to lure in August. I doubted June would be on friendly terms with his surviving family members after they'd sided with humans. You were kind to me when we were younger. I won't kill you right away. I'll give you a few moments with your little vermin, June said, his voice deep and damaged. I stood firm, getting ready for what we would need to deal with. Glancing between June and August, I knew we were in a bit of trouble. The best course of action was to run and get help, if that was even possible. Your internal magic is low. His isn't. From the look of things, he has 3 times as much magic as you, I explained, as if August didn't already know all that. I shuffled closer to him, watching June, expecting him to attack at any moment. You have good senses. It might help us out. I'll create a door, hold him off, and you can open the connection to get away when you see an opening. We were nearly touching shoulders. I carefully looked around, trying not to be noticed. At some point, June had taken control of the magic flowing through the ground and trees around us. That sucked. It would block us from creating a doorway out. He blocked us. No doors. We're stuck, I whispered, trying not to be overheard. How do you know that? August raised an eyebrow. I can see it, I answered, and a longer silence came between us than I expected. August stared at me as if I was crazy. Couldn't all supernatural creatures see magic? It suddenly dawned on me that my eyesight was better than most. If every creature could see exactly what they were dealing with and how much power each other held, the world would be so much different. Sure, I realized I had a useful skill, but clearly seeing what kind of threat we faced didn't solve our problem. The monster in front of us was still gonna rip us apart. He only hadn't yet, just to amuse himself. Are you two finished chatting? June's voice made us tense up. We did not have a plan. I've lived through bigger threats before. Maybe I would figure something out in the next few seconds. Cracks appeared in June's flesh. His chest puffed out as cracking sounds echoed around it. His body started to become deformed. With an awful ripping sound, the flesh covering his ribcage split open, revealing a large vertical mouth with dripping teeth. He kept pulling power out of the ground. Small, glittering cracks formed across his face. He grew larger and larger, hunching over and appearing more like a beast than a human. The foul magic coming off of him made my stomach churn. Simply being nearby made my legs tremble. Pure hatred fueled him so intensely that I didn't know how he was keeping his deformed body together. Again, I looked around for anything useful. I doubted the small knives and sharp sticks the human puppets brought along would do anything. My eyes landed on a woman with her throat slit and deep red blood staining her light brown hair. My vision started to go gray at the edges. For a moment, I saw my dead partner's face, and nearly lost myself in that terrible memory. This situation felt the same as the one back then. Utterly hopeless, facing a monster we had no chance against. By some miracle, I'd lived. She didn't. I saw her lifeless body, but it was never found. Most likely consumed by the creature who attacked us. While I was distracted, June attacked. Before I could even blink, he was in front of me, his large, clawed hand curled into a powerful blow. I raised my right arm, grabbing whatever magic I could from the ground to soften the blow. I was knocked back a few feet, the bones in my arm shattering. August appeared to move in slow motion, compared to the monster before us. He dodged an attack that would have ripped out his throat, but was struck 3 times in the stomach and chest so hard blood came from his mouth. He was knocked back, landing hard on the ground next to me. No matter how hard I tried to think of a plan, the horrible truth became crystal clear. We were fucked. The best course of action was to remain calm. That was extremely difficult, staring down a monster without any weapons on hand. My broken arm throbbed, and I found it hard to stand with my bad leg trembling. August stood up on uneven feet, spitting out blood. His eyes made contact with mine, giving a silent signal he had some sort of plan. I just needed to trust him. He had been taking in magic, trying to recover his wounds. Something was wrong. The flow looked fine, and yet he kept stopping before he had enough. June wasn't holding the power back or taking it from him, so why wasn't August able to go beyond a certain amount? Care to humor us with a villain monologue? August joked, causing June to pause. The monster narrowed his good eye at us, his mouth curling into a cruel smile. "I don't mind prolonging your suffering," he rasped, making it clear he could kill us at any moment. "You did me a favor, giving that human permission to open our ancestor's grave." June's glare was directed toward me. August swiftly stepped in front, ready to defend his weaker friend. "I would kill Richmond before you could make him into your puppet," August replied in a cold voice. I knew he was serious, and I would prefer that outcome. August couldn't be affected. It explained why June waited so long to lure August here, if his main goal was to get inside the tomb. "He doesn't need to be alive to open the door," June pointed out. His deep, rolling laughter froze my blood. August had just wanted to protect his sister from such a heavy burden by giving it to me. Now, we risked the wrong person getting a hold of a great deal of power. "Is that collar giving you issues? The choice you made to protect poor little April is going to be this world's downfall," June hissed, then cackled. August had made a deal. Him and April would become leashed in exchange for their lives. That came at a cost of his true strength. The collar limited how strong he could become, so he would be easier to control. An idea came to me, and I knew I needed to act on it quickly. First, we needed to get June distracted for at least an entire minute. With some luck, I may be able to buy us 30 seconds. As June kept speaking, I carefully started to gather as much magic as I could in my left hand, waiting for the right moment. "Our species had enough power hidden away to save ourselves, but your father was too stubborn and refused. You both failed us, and look what we became. Barely holding on because of those disgusting humans. Your father always said he wanted to find an answer to our conflict. while ignoring the simplest solution. I refuse to be like him. I will take what has been rightfully left behind to erase everything. A clean slate. No more humans or creatures who refuse to answer our call for help. I wish I could blame June for feeling the way he did. I understand why he turned out this way, even though his pure hatred scared me to the bone. His voice echoed through the trees, yelling to make sure he got his point across. To me, he sounded like a misguided, hurt child. To August, he was an unacceptable threat. My friend moved before I could call out to him. June easily swatted him away with a massive, clawed hand. He slashed August across the chest, causing his blood to spray across the ground. He still got back up again and again. He had accepted his death the moment we arrived. Since he was a father, he refused to stand down when someone threatened his child. I couldn't bear to see him slowly be ripped apart. I put some strength into my legs to give a boost, so I could slam my left hand into June's chest, with everything I had. August had been knocked to the ground, bruised and bloody, watching in horror at my actions. He shouted something I didn't hear. The outburst of magic should have knocked June back. Instead, he stood strong, with new cracks forming on his face, with signs of something glittering under his skin. Oh, I was so stupid. A clawed hand shot out, digging 4 fingers into my stomach. I froze in shock, unable to react. If I moved, I would start bleeding out. June had been born here. He might as well be the same as all the plants and soil of this mountain. The magic I used was also a part of him. His body took it in without any issue, making him stronger. And I was on the verge of death because of it. You look so scared, dear little August. Don't worry, I'll keep you alive. I plan on creating a new village of our species, after I destroy everything else. I'll need your help with that. April is only a half-breed, but she'll be fine for the pair of us to... He wasn't able to finish his taunts. I lashed out, sinking a small knife I picked up earlier, deep in the open mouth of his chest. It hurt him enough to fling my body off his claws. I didn't have enough time to recover. I hit the ground hard and looked up in time to see a massive burst of white light about to crash into me. Even if this blast didn't hit me, I would have died in a few minutes from my stomach wounds. August should have fled to save himself. Acting like a true older brother, he wrapped his arms around my shoulders, his back facing the blast to use his body as a shield. He could have just blocked the magic, but he pulled it towards his back to limit the damage to a small area behind him. He hadn't just been protecting an injured human. Due to his sacrifice, he kept a tree a few feet away, untouched. It was a smaller pine that grew slightly crooked, reminding me of who had been born underneath it. Even now, he was protecting his little sister. His dress shirt had been burned away, as well as a layer of flesh, to reveal his jet-black insect body underneath. His breathing was low and uneven. Dark hair fell over his still human face, hiding his expression. August caught my eye, then glanced to the side, trying to silently tell me something important. His movements had been carefully planned out since June started speaking. Without anyone noticing, he drew a large square in the snow with his blood. It was a bit messy, but would work for what he had planned. His hand reached out to give my chest a gentle push. At the same time, he opened the connection. Doorways or portals made with blood and other offerings were far more powerful than normal spells. August had even included the bodies of the humans he had killed to provide power for this. I didn't know where it would take me, but I knew we only had a few seconds before June reached the edge of the blood to destroy the only way out. If I fell through the escape August had made, then the world would be saved. I could get help and stop June at the cost of a friend. was perfectly fine throwing away his life for the people he cared about. I wasn't. Digging in my heels, I leaned forward, my broken arm stretched out. Gritting my teeth, I did something that would hurt us both. A lot. June was focused on severing the connection, meaning we had a few seconds before he could attack again. August had been born here as well. He should be able to take in magic to recover the same way June had. I pulled as much as I could through the ground, and into my left hand holding his. I'd never moved so much magic before. My brain shut down. I couldn't even breathe through the pain, and yet I pressed on. August was at his limit. The power pressed against his body, causing him to scream and claw at his chest. I refused to let go, no matter how much he would hate me for this. His collar was nothing like April's. Hers was so simple and had been easy to alter. The collar around his neck was countless magic threads that looped in on themselves. I couldn't find the end because there wasn't one. The power I would need to break the spell work was immense. Maybe if I shifted the entire mountain's worth of magic, I could have erased the tattoo. My body would have been burned up way before I grabbed that much power. No. I decided to do something else to it. I needed to change the tattoo to something else that could be broken, thus breaking the spell. I didn't think that was possible by sheer willpower. Normally, spells needed to be altered using writing, or a complex system most weren't aware of. I didn't have the time. I just brute forced it. Before August was torn apart from too much magic, the black tattoo around his neck lifted, transforming into a thin, black string. It was easy to snap. When an item embedded with a spell is destroyed, the spell is also broken. If a paper charm is ripped, the spell is lost. August had part of his body taken over by the collar. He would have needed to die for it to be broken. When the collar took a different shape, it was possible to break it and not him. That came at a cost. The backlash knocked me off my feet. June was already closing in, but he was also knocked back when I broke the black thread. I could have been passed out for a few seconds or a full minute. I found myself on my back, staring up at the sky and confused for a moment where I was. The pain hadn't reached my senses yet. I knew I was cold, and I knew I should be doing something. My ears rang as I debated on just going to sleep. If I closed my eyes, everything would be over. Deep down, I wanted that, but I owed it to people I loved to sit back up. My movements were sluggish. I rolled slightly to use my right arm to sit up, forgetting I'd broken bones earlier. For some odd reason, my body wasn't working right. The collar breaking created a backlash so intense it took away more than my sense. Finally, I sat up, staring down and trying to see why my right hand refused to work. It simply wasn't there. My arm ended at the elbow in a burnt stump. Oddly enough, I wasn't upset. The shock settled in, keeping the pain away. It made sense that I would lose an arm for doing something so reckless as breaking a well-crafted collar spell. The blast also reopened the wounds in my stomach. How long did I have until I bled out? A few minutes? Even less? When I pulled my eyes away, reality sank in. Fear overtook my brain, as a throbbing pain came from every muscle. When I saw what stood in front of me, I knew the risk had been worth it. The last few pieces of August's old, black, shell-like body parts fell away, revealing a crystallized creature underneath. His hair shone silver, flowing as if he were underwater. Countless reflections of light sparked around him, even at the slightest of movements. His long legs hovered slightly as a pair of wings kept him afloat, with an unseen power. A steady river of magic flowed from the ground into his body, looking as if it would never fill up. This was different than June. He had wanted to destroy everything. The magic he took in turned vile from his hatred. He had been clawing at the ground, forcing the mountain to give him what he wanted. August sacrificed his family and nearly his life for his home. And now, he was finally paying him back. June fell back, terror clear on his scarred face. He knew he didn't have a chance, and yet he still struggled. He threw everything he had in the last few attacks. August finally moved. His clawed toes touched the ground with a faint crystal chime. The snow around us shot up, creating a field of powdered diamonds. Deep green grass sprouted and flowers bloomed. Within a blink of an eye, a patch of summer took over the small space. He moved so fast I didn't even see him. August stopped in front of June, slightly hovering over the swaying blooms, looking at his family member with large, pearl-like eyes. June seemed to relax, accepting his fate and almost appearing glad this was all finally over. He had been hurting for so long. The path he almost went down would have created more hardships and anger. At the very least, he seemed glad to see someone who he spent his childhood with in his last moments. A hand was placed on the side of his face. A gentle movement that was too much for his body. Thousands of cracks appeared. Then June was overtaken by the sheer force of the place he wanted to destroy. His body exploded into thousands of sharp pieces. When they embedded themselves into trees or the ground, more plants sprang to life from them. I felt a weird sensation on my face and in my chest. 2 of those shards had hit me. A flower burst to life, spreading out from under my skin and covering my left eye. I felt roots buried deep inside my lung and rapidly spread outwards. Based on how fast they were spreading, I had seconds left. Turns out, I wouldn't bleed to death. August noticed me sitting on the ground, about to pass out from pain. He no longer looked like himself. The will of the mountain had taken over his body. There was a chance he would remain here, like a god protecting this place. Was that a bad thing? My brain couldn't think anymore. I started to drift off when August appeared next to me, his hand outstretched. I had been so afraid of death countless times, and yet, when I was this close to it, I was just too tired to care. Richie? My eyes closed, refusing to open. I still heard his voice. I knew this wasn't a hallucination, that I needed to hold on for one more second. His hand pressed against my chest. My breathing stopped. Then there was nothing for a very long time. How many times had I cheated death in my short life? More than any person should. I became aware of my breathing first. Then the dull pain came back. My head pounded and I felt so stiff. All of that didn't matter because I had to pee. I rolled, falling to the floor. My legs refused to work right. It took ages for me to reach the connected bathroom to finish my business. Once that was done, I washed my face. I needed to see the damage. The first thing I noticed was a new right arm. It was scarred where the old one and the new one were connected. It didn't look like my old one, and it felt strange. I'm not sure how I knew how to flex it, in a way to make it transform into a black plated arm with the dark claws. It just worked. I could only hold it in that form for a few seconds. My body shut down as I gasped, feeling like I ran 10 miles on top of not eating or drinking for 10 years. My body felt so drained in ways I never realized someone could feel. This must be what it's like for a supernatural creature when they run out of magic. It sucked. A lot. I drank from the tap for a full minute before looking at myself in the mirror. I looked awful. I needed a haircut. The bags under my eyes made the rest of my face appear pale. A new set of scars were under my left eye. It looked like someone had taken a small knife tip to make scratches in my skin, where the flowers ripped out from. My stomach appeared the same, but also with 3 round scars from where June landed a blow. But I was alive. I wasn't at a clinic, though. I knew I was in August's place, based on all the drawings Lucas made taped to the wall. I walked back into the bedroom, feeling downright awful. The door opened, and someone I didn't expect to see greeted me. "You look like crap," August said, after he gave me a look over. His skin was paler, but he looked fine. His internal magic source was perfect. And he lacked a black ring around his neck. A new streak of silver was in his hair that he loosely tied back. He looked so great, I felt a little bitter over it. "Thanks. I feel like crap," I said in a hoarse voice. "But really, thank you," I said, and lifted up the new right arm. I had been certain he had cut his off as a replacement, but he stood with both arms at his side. He realized I was confused and raised his right arm to pinch and stretch the skin. "I made a crystal one and put fake skin over it. Works just as good as the old one," he explained. I was glad it was so simple. I was still paying off my leg, so I knew how much replacement limbs could cost. "Do me a favor and don't do anything nasty with it," August said, grimacing. "We are never even going to think about that," I replied, shutting down that train of thought. I sighed and got us back on track. I wanted to know how I was still standing. Magic was, well, magic, but it still had rules. My body would have been overloaded if he tried to heal all my wounds at once. "You should head to a clinic soon. I put you under a sleeping beauty spell. I'm not sure if all the roots were removed," August said, answering most of my questions. I had heard of that spell concept before. It was tricky to do, so it wasn't done unless there were no other options. It would freeze the injured person and slowly heal their wounds over time as they slept. When they woke up depended on a few factors. Used too little magic, and they woke up before all the injuries were healed. Put in too much, and the person would keep sleeping even after they were fine. In some cases, a person slept for over 100 years. One wrong move, and August could have put me to sleep forever. "How long was I out for?" I asked. 60 years, he shrugged. When I didn't react to the joke, he admitted the real answer. 3 weeks. You're sturdy, so took way less time than I expected. I dusted you off, but you might have eaten some spiders." I'd gotten lucky again. That luck was bound to run out. I really needed to start being more careful from now on. "Thanks. I owe you," I told him, fully meaning those words. "No, we're even." His tone suddenly sounded oddly heavy. "When they told me about Lucas, I just gave up. I thought that because of what I was, there wouldn't be any point trying to change things. You're human. And yet, you fight against supernatural creatures as if you're on equal terms with them. Sure, it hurts. You need to work harder than most. And there's no guarantee you'll live each time. I think seeing that made me realize I needed to use what I am and not run from it." His words should have sounded warm and comforting. Instead, a cold pit settled in my stomach. My throat became dry, as I refused to think about what he could be talking about. I could have pretended to be ignorant. If I asked him to make a door to my apartment, I would have avoided the truth at least for a short while longer. A sound came from downstairs, distracting us. "Lucas is home. Come and say hello to him." August turned away, and I followed, my body moving on its own. I did want to see the boy we fought so hard to keep in our lives. I just feared what else August did while I was asleep. Lucas finished taking off his shoes when we reached the first landing on the stairs. When he saw me, his face flushed with excitement. He nearly knocked me over in a tight hug. I was still too weak to pick him up, so I leaned down to squeeze him back, apologizing for not seeing him for so long. Lucas instantly forgave me. He was a smart kid who saw how tired I looked. I promised him I would come again soon, but I needed to head home for the day. He understood, and with another hug, he headed off to the kitchen to make a snack. I straightened up with August at my back, ready to face the two people still standing in the doorway. Lucas's aunt and uncle smiled in our direction, their eyes appearing so lifeless. My eyes focused hard, until I saw small, flickering threads woven into their skulls, made of pure magic. If they were removed, they would die. Simple as that. August had accepted himself as a monster, and created a perfect family for his adopted son. All of their actions for the rest of their lives would only be done to make Lucas happy. My muscles tensed up, as August slipped his arms around my neck in an embrace, resting his head on my shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't use the threads on you, because you'll never upset Lucas, right?" he said in a low whisper. Carefully, I nodded, feeling sweat start at the back of my neck. There was nothing I could do to help the two people nearby. I could only hope August was reasonable and forgiving when it came to his son. Within the next few minutes, I got back home. The weight of everything that happened finally hit me when I closed the door. Slumping against it, I sat on the floor, unable to process my thoughts. Sure, those two weren't the best people to raise Lucas, but what August did was inhuman. And that was the point. He never claimed to be anything aside from a monster who loved a human child. I flexed the hand he'd given me, unsure of my feelings. It felt as if I was slowly getting further away from the person I thought I was. The person my mother wanted me to be. The person who Ito first saw. The pain in my bad leg flared up. It hadn't been healed by the spell August used. I needed to get that looked at soon. I slowly got up to try to sleep, hoping to avoid the countless questions I didn't have the answers for. Lately, I've accepted a few smaller jobs just to keep busy. I found if I was alone with my thoughts for too long, I didn't like the outcome. Mostly, I was worried about what would happen now that August was free. Breaking a collar was no easy feat. We made a basic report, but expected something drastic to come of our actions. My cell phone rang, and I debated on not answering when I saw Lupa's name. He always brought some sort of stress. Instead of putting it off, I listened to what he wanted. It was just a basic job of some missing hikers in a forest. Since I wasn't busy, Lupa asked if I could investigate the cause. I didn't need to solve the problem, just report back if it was supernatural or not. He mentioned an agent would be joining me. This either meant that this job would be much harder than he let on, or there was something else he wasn't telling me. His tone made it very clear I couldn't refuse. I borrowed a pair of sturdy boots and put on a jacket that hadn't been shredded to pieces yet. Before I left, I flexed my new hand a couple times, testing it out. I wasn't sure how useful it would be, focusing on gathering enough magic from my surroundings to make it transform into a claw, while being alert to the threats around me was like juggling 6 apples on a unicycle. It would take a heck of a lot of practice. I met the agent outside of a large forest. I was hit by a breeze so warm, I needed to take off my jacket. The trees were covered with deep green leaves that gently swayed. I've rarely come across a place so dense with plant life before. I didn't need special eyesight to understand the reason why. A stream of magic ran through the ground, so close to the surface that it caused the forest to bloom all year round. Lupa had lied. There was no way normal humans would be allowed here. This place was teeming with supernatural life. It would be impossible to figure out what had caused the disappearances of whoever entered these woods. I'm Agent Finch. You're Richmond, correct? I seem to have forgotten your last name, the agent said, and slightly raised his head, almost in a mocking way. Don't worry about it. I brushed off the comment. He was tall and thin, with a perfect suit. Everything about him was sharp and crisp. Golden eyes intently studied my every move. I guessed Finch was almost as strong as Klaus, a type of agent that had earned the right to pick their assignments. So, why was he here? He noticed the gears working away in my head, and waited to see if I would ask questions about the current task. This place is too dense with magic. Normally the corporation seals forests like this away from the general public. And you seem like too big of a deal to come here. What's going on? I asked, refusing to continue unless I got answers. He gave a small, impressed whistle, crossing his arms behind his back. His tough guy mask dropped ever so slightly. I still had some reservations about Finch, but was ready to listen. I guess you're not as stupid as I heard you were, he commented, and I ignored it. Lupa would like to formally request for you to become an agent. He's not entirely certain if he should. He owed me a favor, so I offer to watch you on this job. I'll be a bystander. I'm not going to offer any assistance. Aside from having a conversation to pass the time, you shouldn't even consider I'm here. All of this being some sort of test explained a few things. I still wasn't certain if I wanted to follow through with this. If it was any other office supervisor, I would be more comfortable. Lupa simply didn't have the best reputation, and I didn't want to be on his radar. So you'll answer questions, but won't help fight any creatures, right? Finch nodded, and I could have sworn I heard a chirp from him. All right, let's get back to the job. Were the missing hikers a lie to get me here? I said, and gestured towards the dense forest. No. A small town of witches live nearby, and have been responsible for this forest for generations. They're aware of the dangers, but will still use the woods for resources and, yes, hiking. The fact they disappeared in a place they knew like the back of their hand is alarming. I crossed my arms and thought over the information for a few minutes. Witches are similar to hunter families. They're humans with supernatural powers that marry into other families with the same strengths. Unlike hunters, witches refuse to harm supernatural creatures unless their lives are threatened. Their traditions and lifestyles differ from family to family. For the most part, they're nature-loving free spirits who refuse to use their powers for violence. Because of that, hunters see them as being on the same side as monsters, and will sometimes wipe out entire families. Normally, it's not worth the effort, so massacres rarely happen. You want to walk and talk? Finch offered, holding his hand toward the start of the trail. You seem like a chatty person, I admitted to him. An oddly genuine smile showed on his face, and he agreed with that statement. We wouldn't solve what was happening in this forest if we stood around. I started down the trail, with the agent following behind. Since the magic that flowed through this place was so bright, my eyesight was useless. But I still looked around, trying to see any threats as we went deeper into the lush woods. What if I don't accept the offer of being an agent? I asked out loud, not really expecting an answer. You're getting a bit ahead of yourself. Lupa is considering it based on your skill set. Personally, I don't think you're suited for the job. Finch admitted, and shrugged when I gave him a narrow-eyed glare. He kept speaking. I think it would be best for you to accept the job. You're gonna die young anyway. Might as well take what you can get. Right now, your name is being dragged through the mud, simply because of rumors of you being from a hunter family. I paused at his words. Recently, I'd only picked up easy jobs I could do on my own, because nothing else had showed up in my inbox. It was possible I wasn't being sent jobs that required me to work with a second person because no one wanted to be around me. I'd lost the trust of people I needed to rely on to stay alive and get paid. If I became an agent, all those issues would go away. Has anyone been bad-talking Ito? I asked, feeling a heavy pit in my stomach. No, they see him as a victim. I frowned, but accepted that. This wouldn't help us ever get back together. It hurt to admit that it was better for him if I stayed away for a while. Aside from observing you on this job, I was sent to ask a question or two about August, since his collar was removed. Finch explained, causing my stomach to feel heavier. We already made our reports. What else do you want to know? I asked, refusing to look over my shoulder in case my expression gave my emotions away. Have you heard the rumor of how his village handled their dead? The agent asked, sounding closer than before. No. What do they do with them? Eat them? I asked, finally making eye contact with him and playing dumb. I was already a little stupid, so acting like it was easy. He studied my face for a moment and dropped the question. Never mind that. I also need to know your opinion on how dangerous August is, now that his collar is gone. Will he cause any issues in the future? Finch pressed on. I shook my head after a minute. The corporation knew August was strong, even if they hadn't confirmed the existence of the tomb in the mountain. If he wanted his revenge, he would have acted already. Unless he was waiting for something they didn't know about. I remembered that April still had her collar. They might be worried that was the only thing keeping him in line. Sweat started at the back of my neck, as stress set into my muscles. They didn't know what he had done to the aunt and uncle. Would they kill him for that? Try to put him under their thumb again? If I didn't answer carefully, August would be in danger. I dread what would happen to the first person who dumps Lucas. But overall, he'll behave. August just wants to live a peaceful life with his family. I hoped the truth would be enough. A long silence came between us. I could feel Finch's golden eye staring a hole into the back of my head. I didn't like how tense this guy made me. I felt like I was walking on eggshells every time he spoke. That's what I feel as well. They were worried he might do something reckless after he buys April's contract. And the higher-ups are considering if it would be safe to remove her collar in the future, he said with a sigh. We covered some ground and started to walk along a less maintained part of the trail. So far, I saw no signs of danger. Just the normal wildlife living in the trees. I wanted to ask another question, but didn't know how to without it coming off as stupid. Speaking of removing collars, the story we're spreading is that you were approved to buy August's contract. We're unsure of how you broke the collar. It's not impossible since you come from a family of hunters. But if it gets out that you're able to remove them, you'll get flooded with requests. Being the good boy you are, you'll be swayed by the saddle of stories. Try to help anyone who approaches you. It would only take one nasty supernatural creature to trick you into ending your life or this world. That made sense. Most people knew I was accepting as many jobs as possible to pay off a debt, but only a few had heard it was for a medical reason. Since I'd started working again so soon after meeting August, and we did so many jobs together, they would assume we became friends, and I worked hard to buy his contract. It all clicked, And yet, I opened my mouth to ask a question I should know the answer to. How could I buy off his contract? I'm not a part of Evie's family or an agent. For once, Finch was silent. He stared at me as if I'd said a joke he didn't understand. He even looked around as if he'd been set up to have his reaction recorded. As long as it's approved through the corporation, anyone can buy out a contract of a colored supernatural creature, he said, as if I should know this already. I felt a slight blush start as I swiftly turned to keep moving down the pathway. I had hoped that Finch would drop this, but he didn't. There's a black market for collared creatures. Not all of them are controlled by the Walker family, or bound by the corporation. In fact, August bounced around between unregistered owners before he was bought by Evie. When he made the deal to bind himself and his sister, he ensured she would be placed under proper care, but forgot to include himself. I stopped walking for a second to take in the last part of what he said. August could have been forced to do anything before he was bought for proper contract work. I couldn't even imagine what he would have been forced to do. And yet, he never acted bitter over it. April had lived, so he never regretted his choices. I wondered if he understood how Lucas felt, because they had both been trafficked. I guess I never assumed the corporation would sell a creature or let go of a contract. They lack manpower, not money. Why give up what they need for something they don't? I said, trying to explain my thought process. How do you think the money to buy out contracts is earned? Finch pointed out. I mentally kicked myself for not realizing that. If anyone wanted to buy the freedom of a supernatural creature, then contract work would be the fastest way to do so. The corporation would still get some jobs done, if someone wanted to work to earn enough to remove a caller. How do they even decide the price of a contract? I assume stronger creatures are worth more? We had stopped walking, and Finch didn't seem to mind. He would rather chat than watch me struggle with a supernatural threat. Yes, they are. Collared creatures do earn some money for the contract work they're given. They're given free housing and food, 10% of the earnings from a completed job. If someone's looking to buy a contract, the amount is calculated to be 10 years' worth of the creature's earnings. Stronger creatures can complete more difficult jobs, therefore they earn more, causing their contracts to be more expensive. He could have just agreed with me instead of going into so many details, and yet I pressed on for more. August is fairly strong. He's able to do higher-paying jobs than me. If the cover story for his missing caller is I bought out his contract, how could I have possibly earned that much? He didn't hesitate to answer, as if he'd expected this question. The corporation will lower contract costs depending on circumstances. August was passed around, and that never should have happened. People might see that we lowered his price to be bought out as an apology for what he went through. Sometimes family members can buy each other out at a lowered cost. And other times, requests to buy a creature are refused, simply because it's too dangerous to let some of them gain their freedom. Overall, stronger creatures are worth more. However, it's mostly a case-by-case basis. It was likely that August had been working as hard as he did, not only to care for Lucas, but also to free his sister. Even if he earned enough, it would be possible that they would refuse the sale. I didn't think April was dangerous. If her collar was removed, she would still accept work. But she would just pick out jobs she wanted to do, instead of being forced to do boring ones. What's going to happen to August now? If he does a few more jobs and earns enough to live off of, is the corporation just going to accept that? My words were heavy, and held a lot of accusations. I assumed Finch would shy away, or give half-hearted answers. Instead, he waved a hand, as if trying to brush off my concerns. I'm not going to deny there aren't some agents that have been manipulated in some way to do this job. Lupa is guilty of doing that. Overall, though, we're agents because we want to be. You think Ito was forced into this? Sure, he didn't have a lot of options, but this was his choice, as well as mine. August is too strong to call her again. The damage he could do is not worth the risk if he doesn't want to be an agent. Unlike you. You're strong enough to be useful, but not strong enough to resist. I frowned at his answer. I had thought Finch was just here to watch me to decide if I was good enough to be an agent. From the sounds of things, he was already a sure thing. I think I need to get through this job first before you say those kinds of things, I said, letting my annoyance come through. Lupa's dead set on it, but he needs to convince a few other people before the offer gets signed off on. My word carries some weight. You should be nice to me if you want this all to go your way. He added the last part as a joke, which I played along with. Fine. You're very handsome. I sighed and turned away. When I didn't hear his footsteps following, I stopped to look over my shoulder. He'd never been complimented in such a straightforward way that it took him off guard. He was running his fingers through his sandy brown hair, fluffing it up and trying to fix it to calm himself down. When he realized I was staring at him, he hurried to catch up. We finally stopped talking to focus back on the reason why we were in these woods. The trail had become too overgrown to keep going. We needed to step off into the forest, walking between the dense bushes covering the ground, trying not to step over roots. This forest was much different than any others I'd been inside. Creatures of pure magic were out in the open, not afraid to be seen by human eyes. Most of them I'd only heard about. I felt a tug at my ear as I heard a slight buzzing sound. The creature was small and made up of leaves, and yet had a human-shaped body. It giggled, then quickly flew away. A few more came down to steal some of my hair or lint off of my shirt. This place was more like a fairy tale than a monster-infested forest. I nearly stepped on another small creature racing along the ground. It had the body of a spider, but a human torso. It reminded me of a mini honey, with pink pastel hair. It was super cute, and I wanted to pet it, but I feared my finger might squish the poor thing. I noticed Finch cover the back of his neck with his hand, just before another half-spider creature dropped down, trying to get to the base of his neck. The action appeared playful, but I knew better. I copied his actions, fearing the true reason why he protected that area. No matter how soft and fluffy a supernatural creature appeared, they could still be a threat. We carried on, going even deeper into the woods. At first, I thought my eyesight wouldn't be useful. The magic below us was too bright to look at for too long. But I did notice something. All these small creatures were heading towards a spot in the forest. I could see thousands of glittering lights from the creatures swarming. Fear spiked in my stomach, but I followed them. Soon, we found ourselves in front of a sign that reminded us how brutal these woods could be, no matter the beauty they held. A large tree reached out into the sky, blooming with all sorts of life. Countless creatures, large and small, darted around, not bothered by our arrival. At the base of the tree, we found what we were looking for. A woman was slumped against the ground, covered in plant life. No, it was growing out of her while she was still alive. Her body could no longer move, as the supernatural plants used her to bloom. Magic flowed through her, to feed the plants as well as everything else that dropped by to take a bite. A lifeless eye peered through the softly glowing flowers, silently pleading for one thing. Since she was from a family of witches, her body had lasted longer than most. To become a battery. I couldn't even imagine the pain she was in, from constantly having magic flowing through her every cell. I hadn't eaten today, and yet I was nearly sick. As selfish as it was, fear prickled at the back of my neck, as I considered that this could so easily be my fate, if I wasn't careful in these woods. My only weapon was a small knife tucked away in my back pocket. I felt the handle, filled with emotion over what I needed to do. "I'll take care of it," Finch said, breaking the silence. This is my job. You're a bystander, I replied. His expression softened for the first time. This job is to decide if you can become an agent. They work in pairs. Sometimes, you need to let your partner do the things you can't. My mouth became tight as I wanted to refuse him. I could easily take care of the poor woman in front of us. It was the best for her. And yet, that action would haunt me for the rest of my life. Finch was an agent. He wasn't human. This wasn't his first or last time doing such a thing. I let my hand drop and nodded. I couldn't watch him. I stepped away to look off into the deep greens of the leaves. A bird song that sounded like a lullaby came from the tree. Then a snapping sound. It would be too dangerous to take the woman's body with us. We needed to leave it here. Magic would still flow through her until she started to rot away. At least she wouldn't feel it now. How many more people were suffering in these woods? Finch joined me again, silent and not wanting to talk about what happened. We kept walking through the woods looking for more people. I feared it was far too late for anyone we might find. By the time the sun started to set, we only found one more body, long since dead and rotted away. I wanted to keep going, but was talked into taking a break. Finch complained he was thirsty, just trying to break the silence. I directed us toward the edge of a lake to take a rest. It was easy to find, if you knew how to look for a source of water in a thriving, magic-filled forest. He carefully took off his shoes and rolled up his pant legs to wade into the crystal-clear, cool water. I was tempted to make a birdbath joke, but kept it to myself. I've heard of your eyesight, but I didn't think it was this good. I sat down on a large rock overlooking the agent, in case something tried to sneak up on us. Until recently, I never considered my skills to be anything special. I always assumed most supernatural creatures were stronger than me in every single way. And yet, I didn't think he was complimenting me. You have a rare set of skills. I wonder what kind of creature your family line stole it from, he said, a tight smile across his face. A coldness washed over me. My movements felt too slow as I looked down at him. What do you mean? I asked, with some difficulty getting out the words. What? Did you think humans just had supernatural abilities by chance? He pressed, almost amused by my ignorance. How else? I started, but stopped when a terrible thought came to mind. You know, an odd thing happens with half-breeds. If they're half-human and they're raised by humans, all their magic gets suppressed. If they're raised by creatures, it doesn't. And strangely enough, if you test a half-breed's DNA, only the human side shows. Magic sticks inside human bloodlines. Hunters will pick the best creatures to breed desired traits, to pass down until the features of the creature disappear, but the abilities stay. Witches aren't humans that just so happen to be good with magic. They're humans who had a supernatural great-grandparent. Simple as that. I had never considered such a thing, simply because I didn't want to face the terrible facts of what the hunters truly do to gain power. I'd always assumed they paired their families with others that had desirable traits by tradition or by force. But I never thought about why certain bloodlines held special powers. There were other worlds out there. Most weren't on the same timeline as each other. It was possible that hunters sent away the creature they wanted power from with some of their bloodline to one of those different worlds. A few years would pass by here. Meanwhile, over 100 would happen in the other world. They would come back with a human hunter, after generations of tweaking to create the perfect weapon, without too much time going by in their main world. In order to destroy monsters, they became even greater ones. Finch was right. My eyesight and all my abilities were stained with blood. It looks like this is all new to you, not very smart, are you?" he commented, knowing he was right. "I have a feeling you don't like me that much," I replied, glancing away to sulk. I didn't want to think about what sins had been committed so I could be born. I'd run away from that truth my entire life, and now the agent next to me was making me face the facts. He opened his jacket and unbuttoned his shirt enough to expose some of his pale chest, with a deep scar that disappeared behind his shirt. It looked to cover his entire torso. Finch rested his fingertips along the old wound, his eyes fixated on mine and refusing to look away. "You look and sound like a Doherty. I've met one before. Back when I had a partner and before the scar. That hunter took nearly everything from me. A dear, sweet girl who just wanted to be an agent and help people. I still haven't recovered enough to do proper jobs. You cannot bring back what has been taken away. However, there are 2 things you can do to slightly pay back the harm your existence has caused." When he offered to take care of the woman in the woods, he wasn't considering my feelings. He just wanted to ensure she had a painless passing. The hatred he felt dripped from every word. I couldn't reply, only nodded for him to keep speaking. "Do the world a favor. Give back the eyesight your kind stole from us supernatural creatures, and then remove yourself from this world." A sudden throbbing pain came from my bad leg, and my vision started to go gray around the edges. I placed my palm against my temple, trying to keep my breathing even. My mouth opened, ready to agree to Finch's demands before I even realized what I was going to say. I took a deep breath to gather myself. "You're using a lot of words to tell me to kill myself." I wanted to sound angry, but I was simply too tired. A bright smile came to his face, and he buttoned his shirt back up, and then fixed his tie. "Yeah, or just die," he chirped. "Please?" he added politely. No matter how many times I worked with agents, I was still impressed by them. Finch kept a straight face, chatting away while we walked through the woods, and had the same expression when he demanded I end my life. He was able to put his feelings aside to work with someone he hated with his entire being. Carefully, I climbed down from my perch and rolled up my sleeves. Finch walked out of the water to put his shoes back on, interested in what I was doing. "You'll get your second wish at some point. Maybe soon," I said, with my back to him. I bent over to place my palms against the ground. I decided to put an end to this job. I couldn't properly feel the flow of magic through the right hand August gave me. That would put a strain on my left, but it was manageable. I needed to look very, very hard at the forest, and the natural flow for anything that didn't belong. If the local witches were disappearing, the threat must be new to the forest. The plants we found that overtook the 2 bodies appeared like they were native to the area, simply because they were feeding on the natural magic from here. I focused hard, looking at literally everything around us. I've never tried to look at so much at once before. The strain was immense. Air refused to fill my lungs, and yet I pressed on, glancing at every small flicker of magic, plant, insect, and small creature inside the forest. My ears rumbled until something popped, and I lost my hearing. Small drops of blood came from my nose, then more poured out. Looking at every speck should be impossible for most creatures, let alone a human. I have no idea how I carried on as long as I did. It might have only been 2 or 3 minutes until I saw what I was looking for. I closed my eyes, shutting off all my senses. Slowly, my hearing came back, with a ringing sound. Then a word from Finch asking what I had just done. I took a few deep breaths to push the pain and fear deep into the back of my mind, then rubbed away the blood from my face with the back of my sleeve. The plants we saw are a parasite. They use human bodies mixed with magic to lure in supernatural creatures, offering an easy meal. I saw thousands of smaller creatures infected with a slightly different colored magic, identical to the parasite plants. Once the infection blooms, this forest will be overtaken by it, I explained and slowly got to my feet. My legs screamed in white-hot pain, but I refused to let it stop me. Finch appeared shocked by my words. He didn't think someone like me could figure out what was going on in the forest simply by looking. If it hadn't hurt as much as it did, I would have considered doing it sooner. Well, since you... Finch started, but I ignored him. I gathered energy to start running as fast as my body would let me. I wasn't able to control how much I took in each time. It caused me to, at random, jump through the forest, narrowly avoiding trees. It burned, but it was worth it. I needed to reach the bundle of magic I saw deep in the woods, before it spread further. Finch was close behind, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. The sun had set, but the light from the small, flying creatures was enough to see by. When I was straining my eyesight, I noticed a line of magic through the regular flow that had a slightly different color. Then another one. And then, when I started to look for them, I saw an entire root system, all leading back to a main, large parasite plant. I didn't know if killing the largest plant would destroy the roots, and thus kill the smaller ones, but I needed to try. The plant was massive. It was a closed flower wrapped with countless strong vines. I didn't have much of a plan. Only a small knife as a weapon, and Finch wouldn't be lending a hand to help until after I died. To make matters worse, there was a barrier of magic surrounding that closed bloom, meaning once we got close to it, it would alert the plant. Not to mention what other kinds of nasty things the thick air around it could do to us. I didn't think or pause running. The moment I came into contact with the barrier, I pushed out the gathered power from my new right hand, causing it to transform. The barrier was shattered, and the parasite wasn't happy about that. It let out a screech, and the vines lashed out. At the ends of each were small pods, slit open to show countless sharp teeth. They bit down at my clothing and exposed my skin. No matter how many I cut off, more appeared. To my horror, the deep red flower opened, revealing human shape in the middle, with so many shimmering blooms coming from their skin. A vine shot out, missing my face by an inch. I grabbed hold of it and realized it hadn't been aiming for me. Finch stood still, face calm, as vines started to wrap around his body. His suit would protect him, but not for long. Why did he even bother following me? He was meant to observe. He could have done that at a distance. His golden eyes landed on mine, his silent expression making his point clear. He could have left and let stronger agents deal with this problem. I rushed in without a plan, and it was going to get us both killed. He would gladly give up his life if that meant it made me suffer in my final moments. I quickly looked away, trying to figure out what to do. Fire would be ideal, and yet I had no way of creating one in time. No matter how much I fought to get closer to the main flower, the vines kept me away. From the looks of things, the body overtaken by plants was weak. One blow could kill it. But how could I get close enough? Another vine shot out, and I stood still to let the attack land. The small mouth clamped down on the side of my neck, a sharp needle jabbing deep into my throat. Heat ripped through my body, as something started to expand and grow through my veins under the skin. Colors burst over my vision, and my legs turned to jello. I wanted nothing more than to just stop and let the comforting, warm embrace of death take over. I found myself thinking that being one of the plants wouldn't be so bad. If I just closed my eyes and accepted things, it would be so much easier. And yet, I was scared. The face of the woman we failed to save flashed before my eyes. Her silent pleas to make it all end, and how that was now going to be my fate as well. Not just mine. but Finch as well. We would be used as food, unable to move, feeling indescribable pain after being lured in with promises of sweet dreams. I wasn't aware of what my body was doing until I heard the screams of the human infected with flowers. The knife was in my hand, and it had come down deep into their chest. It wasn't enough. I raised my right hand with the sharp pointed claws to bring them down to the flesh again and again until the screams stopped. The infection was still spreading through my skin. The vines had gotten thicker and more painful. I wouldn't be able to claw them out without risking bleeding out. Instead, I forced my left palm against the spot and pumped magic into my skin, frying the veins before they took over. It hurt. A lot. I nearly passed out from it. Resting against a tree, I looked over what I had done. The flower creature had been a threat, and yet I felt sick seeing its mutilated body and dead vines all around it. No matter how much I said I wasn't like the hunters I came from, I was still afraid of myself and what I was becoming. The toll of the job was too much. I passed out on my feet, expecting to hit the ground hard and wake up with a headache. When I did open my eyes again, I was on my back outside the forest. It felt like I had slept for years. Oh, you're alive. Shame. I rolled over, groaning that Finch was still around. It took a few minutes to finally stand back up, and for him to tell me what happened while I was out. He got in contact with the witches and explained what we found. Since they couldn't see the connecting roots, they used a spell to locate the rest of the invasive plants. All the bodies of the missing hikers were recovered. It seemed as if killing off the main body also killed off any infection. I frowned, rubbing at my neck, realizing if I had waited a few minutes, the vines would have died off on their own. But then I would be stuck with dead plant matter under my skin. Since I burned them away, I was left with odd scars on the side of my neck that looked like cracks. To my displeasure, they had left me passed out all day at Finch's orders. Or he just forgot to give me some medical care. I was ready to pack up and head home when a voice I knew called my name. I turned to see Klaus coming our way, appearing a little concerned, with a takeout bag of food. "Richmond, are you alright?" he asked, grimacing over how bad I looked. "I took very good care of him," Finch proudly chirped. "Shut your lying whore mouth, Aberline. There's a reason why you never had a partner. Everyone knows it," Klaus hissed back. These two did not like each other. At all. I looked between them, with questions forming. "Aberline?" I asked. "No partner?" He said he has a scar. I trailed off, realizing how easily I'd been played. "He got that scar by getting wasted at an office karaoke party, and then walking to Ansayer's office to call him Daddy." Klaus sighed, reliving a traumatizing memory. The tall, thin agent appeared very proud of himself, without a hint of shame. "Was anything you told me true?" I pressed, very offended that he had lied about a dead partner for his gain. Finch, or Agent Aberline, wrapped an arm around my shoulder and affectionately pressed his cheek against mine before I pushed him away. "My job was to see if you're a suitable agent. Certain people may dislike me, but my words still carry some weight. Based on what I saw, you have the raw, untrained abilities to do the job, or to be dangerous if you decide to be," he said, but shook his head. "With all that being said, I don't think you're suited to be an agent. You're too trusting, have bouts of stupidity, along with less than zero self-worth. You risk your life against the threat instead of trying to work together. Agents work in pairs. What do you think would happen to your partner after you let yourself die for them? You should give me the name of your therapist so I can bitch at them for not doing their job properly." I took the verbal abuse, and then silently started to eat the food Klaus had brought along, ignoring the last statement. Aberline raised an eyebrow when he realized what my silence meant. Men really would rather die than talk about their feelings. I've been busy, I lied. Both of them glared at me so intensely that I thought my blood would freeze. First, call a doctor to look you over. Second, get another doctor to see what's mentally wrong with you, Klaus ordered. He could be scary when he wanted to be. I promised I would call Dr. Philo the moment I got home. I wasn't going to keep wasting time on a therapist, though. I just needed to take it easy, work-wise. I was glad I wasn't suitable to be an agent. I was fine just being a contract worker. I was still annoyed that Aberline lied to get a reaction from me. I was even confused about what to call him. It seems like he used a different name depending on what job he was doing. Before I left, he admitted he didn't care what name I called him if we ever met again. He also hoped we would never need to see each other. When I got back home, I had a few job offers waiting. But I also had a reminder from August that Lucas would be in a play tomorrow night. I sent a message back assuring him that I would be there. That was another reason why I couldn't be an agent. I simply couldn't give up normal moments with the people I cared about to save the world. Right now, enough agents were working, so I could take a day off.